Good evening, everybody. It is 5:03. We're calling this meeting of the Board of Trustees work session to order. I'd like to confirm the presence of a quorum with Clerk Perillo leading that.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Shepro?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Giuliano?
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Franco?
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Hill?
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Ugrinsky?
Here.
Thank you. With that, Mayor, we have a quorum, and we have Attorney Moran and Treasurer Gafka as well.
Okay. All right, let's all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So tonight we have a presentation with our engineering consultants from LKMA, McLean Associates, who were awarded the grant provided by FEMA. It's a hazard mitigation grant, and they started working with us. You'll cover everything, right? The start of the project, that kind of thing. But they've been working very diligently and strategically and with great science behind them on this flood reduction study. And we're just so excited to have you present today. Bob Steele, Vincent DeKoning, and is Nick... Keith. I always call him. But Keith, if you want to come up to the table, Keith, if you're going to contribute, stand up, it's up to you guys. I know you probably have that under control. Okay, so again, without further ado, we're very appreciative of this opportunity to see your work, and for others who are very significant stakeholders in our community, we've invited here today too, so they can see this in real time. So go for it. Is that on, Chris? You want to just hold it, or you want to?
All right. Comedian.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. We're very happy to be a part of this great project. It's one of the most interesting projects I've been a part of, and I think that the result can lead to great impacts for the community. So I'll get going here. The project team background, obviously conducted by the Village of Port Jefferson, led by the Mayor, Lauren Sheprow. We're LK McLean Associates. We're a local engineering firm located in Brookhaven, and we have an office in Hicksville. We're founded in 1950. We have 85 employees, 22 licensed professionals. And today, we're going to be presenting with a little bit of myself, but a lot with Vincent DeKoning, who did a lot of the nitty-gritty modeling of this pretty detailed engineering analysis. Oop, wrong way. So this project is being advanced under a FEMA hazard mitigation grant, being administered through the New York State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services. We're performing a drainage study analysis to understand the flooding that occurs within the village as a result of tidal surge events, rainfall events, and a combination of both. So throughout our model, we'll get into it later, but we've established some design criteria. We've looked at some historical storms that have occurred over the last few years that have devastated the village, as you can see in the pictures below. And we developed an alternative that can alleviate a lot of the scenarios for flooding that have been occurring. What you see here is the project limits of the Village of Port Jefferson. The blue line is what we have delineated as the watershed boundary, which means that that is the area that the runoff from the stormwater comes into the downtown area and floods you know well, the firehouse, CVS, the bowl areas, and a lot of the downtown area. So you can see the extent of this. On the southern end, it would be the Long Island Railroad. Everything south of the Long Island Railroad doesn't really contribute to the waters coming down, but there is a good portion of land, as you can see, upland of the downtown area that is coming down. On the east side, it's Belterre Road, and on the west side, it's Red Barn Lane, Dark Hollow Road. So we did a lot of field investigations on this project. It's a very detailed analysis that we have performed. We actually investigated every single catch basin, we think we did, at least, in the village, which is about 571 catch basins, 115 leaching basins, and 60 manholes. So the purpose of that is we're actually recreating the drainage system that the village has in a computer model, so that we can, discover deficiencies and discover how to make it better with improvements. One aspect of our study, I'll talk about two different aspects of modeling that we did, is that we were very interested in the overland contours in the village to determine where the flooding occurs, like what we call tidal inundation maps. So what we use is a new technology. It's a drone LiDAR, which has a very accurate horizontal and vertical accuracy. So we actually surveyed the entire downtown village to an accuracy of probably the width of your finger, vertically and horizontally. So what this enabled us to do, what you'll see later, is to make maps of flooding areas for various storms, to tell you where the flooding is occurring now, first of all, and then later where it would be occurring even after these great improvements that we're proposing. We studied water surface levels of the Mill Creek and the harbor by deploying what we call water level monitors. So we want to understand how the water surfaces of the creek and the harbor interact with the rain, and it also helps us what we call calibrate the model. So we want to create realistic results that are based on comparing real rainfalls to what actually happens. And knowing what the water levels are helps us do that. We always want to be a little bit more conservative, but we use that to help tell us that what we're doing is going to work, basically. We did geotechnical investigations at a few key locations, what we call soil borings, where we drill into the ground to determine the types of soil, whether it's good draining soil, sand, and then what is also very important is a lot of times we're looking for how deep the groundwater is. So we took soil borings at places like the high school athletic field, down where the maintenance building is by Mill Creek, and also the grassed area south of the basketball courts. So these were all areas that we were interested in possibly putting in some solutions. So once all this information is in, we have all the contours, we develop watershed maps, which what you're looking at on the left is how detailed we were able to create what we call sub-watershed. So the whole shape of everything is what we call the watershed. And all these little shapes inside that are all sub-watersheds of these 651 acres. So basically, there's basically a watershed for every catch basin that we discovered. But that's kind of like very micro look at it. What we want to look at so you can understand it is the right side is the sub-watershed map. So what you'll see, and I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but basically what we determined is that 60% of the land in the village is located south of CVS, and has very little drainage or infiltration. So it basically comes down and inundates CVS, the firehouse, with insufficient existing drainage system. So we'll talk about how we did that in more detail. So base mapping, I talked about this a little, that we had 571 catch basins, and we generated a network, and we use in AutoCAD, we drew the network out, but then this network was also input into our drainage model. Okay, so what we're going to be talking about is we did two types of stormwater modeling. And the first type is, we call it the Storm and Sanitary Analysis Modeling Software. That's the name of the software. And what this does is it basically has all the information on all your drainage systems and all your pipes and all your recharge basins. There aren't many, but there's some storage in the village. And then it's able to calculate first how much surface runoff is generated from the lands in this area. And then it puts it into the drainage system, and then we're able to figure out from this model whether your system has enough capacity to handle the flows that it's receiving. And obviously, we don't need to do a study to tell you it does not have enough capacity to carry the storms that happens. But it's also, once you develop the existing model, now you use that to test out proposed ideas, proposed solutions with new capacity improvements or storage improvements. And so we have, what we'll be talking about is the existing model and the proposed model, and comparing the results of that for various types of rainfalls and tides. Okay, so the second type of model that we did occurs after we know all the flows of everything coming through the drainage system and the flooding locations. And this is where that drone survey I was talking about came in, where we were able to generate maps, which we'll call tidal inundation maps, which will show where the flooding will occur in the village in existing conditions, and also eventually in the proposed conditions with our solutions. Okay, and this is an example of what I was just talking about. This is a tidal inundation map on the left side, where all the green represents where the flooding is occurring. We're going to go into each design storm scenario, but this particular example is for what we call a 10-year, 24-hour rainfall, which is a 5.26-inch rainfall in 24 hours. It's a really significant rainfall. It's not as large as some of the rainfalls we've had recently. In August 24, I think that was closer to 8. That was more like a 1,000-year storm when it happened. So it's hard. It's actually, to be fair, it's very hard to design a system for a 1,000-year storm. Nobody can really handle a 1,000-year storm. But most municipalities, just so you know, will design their conveyance system, their piping systems, their drainage systems for a 10-year storm such as this. You know, a New York State DOT roadway will want to be designed for a 10-year storm. Some of the local municipalities will even go a little less and design it for a 5-year storm, because the importance of the infrastructure, it's not as important if you have less cars on the road. So maybe the money you spend isn't worth it to a certain extent. So I'm going to turn it over to Vin, who's going to go through even more detail of what we did so far. Hopefully if, at the end, we can answer questions. I'm sure there'll be questions. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Bob. So yeah, as you mentioned before, we have this map on the left side of the screen. It's basically pulled from a HEC-RAS modeling that shows interactively how much water is actually flowing from where and how deep it gets. And as we were mentioning before, we try to calibrate this as best we can to existing conditions and to real-time storms. So we take certain storms, we take the data, we throw them at the model, we see where the flood depths get, and then we're able to see where we're able to work with. Another cool thing about this is all the buildings are extruded from the surface, so you're able to see depth of flooding along buildings. For example, the fire department, you can see their finished floor elevation might be elevation 8. You might see the flooding get up to 11, 10 or 11. So there's your 2-3 feet of flooding. And we have a lot of significant findings about that stuff as well. So I'll start with the flood area 1. And going back to that map, it's down at the bottom of the screen, so near the Port Jeff High School. So this is the higher point for flooding, where a lot of the stuff comes in. A lot of the waters contribute through here. So 108 acres. Basically, every single drop of water is going to make it down to this high school. And it's notable to see that on the bottom left side of the screen, there used to be a pond on this area, and that might have provided a little bit of stormwater retention back in the day, but now that that's gone, basically all this water overlands, and as you can see on the bottom right picture, it overlands onto the field, and then just makes its way down to the next flood area. So this is basically our modeling software showing exactly that case scenario where the water is coming in from the bottom right side, from Old Post Road, Dark Hollow Road, very quickly. There's somewhat leaching basins up on the roadways, but they get filled and then they get passed through very easily and tumbled down into this area here. So, and then on the left side, you'll see it continuing downstream. Kind of tough to see, but the depth perspective kind of shows. So then we have flood area 2, and this is the CVS area, Barnum Avenue at New York 25A. So this is one of the major victims, I guess, of stormwater flowing quickly and rushing to the first low point, or the second low point. So the bottom left photo, kind of tough to see on the screen, but you can see the 2 men standing in the flooding. I believe that's likely fire department personnel, but they're standing in approximately 3 to 4 feet of water, getting even down to like 5 feet. So at the very low points, where the light is showing on the left side of that image is 25A. So maybe some cars driving down that road, and then the bottom rights. So these are both pictures from the August 1924 storm last year. The bottom right shows the overland flow coming down 25A, and it actually shows like the sheer velocity of the water rippling over the back of the sidewalk, and any drainage system in this case is not going to be able to take this amount of flow. But it is, as Bob mentioned before, notable to mention that there's about 60% of the runoff is coming through this area, and that's a huge problem. So here's our model pointing north, and on the bottom right side you'll see 25A Main Street, and that's acting as a river and basically going into the CVS low point, filling it up, going through the building, into the parking garages, and then down 25A or through the buildings over into the Port Jeff Fire Department, which I'll show you in a little bit. Another thing is on the left side, Port Jeff High School, the tennis courts are filled. That's where the old lake used to be. And then on the bottom left, a little bit difficult to see with the detail here, but that's water coming down from like Liberty Avenue and other points upstream. Flood area 3, heading further downstream, is the one that we spent a lot of time trying to make sure that we understand what exactly happens here. This is the former Crystal Lake area. very low-lying area, ground elevations right around like 6, 7. Port Jeff Fire Department is right around 8, so it's very low. But the bottom left photo is pretty much a famous photo, I guess, in the village now. And it shows, I'm not sure which date exactly this was, but it's very indicative of many of the findings that we have in our model. And then on the right
That
side,
was the August storm too.
is that August?
Yeah.
So these August photos are, very telling.
Oh, the left one I don't know, but the right one is from the August storm.
Yep. So another thing to mention here is, Crystal Lake used to be where the fire department is. Water would come down from upstream. It was likely a freshwater pond back in the day, and then it would kind of trickle down through the Drown Meadow and Salt Marsh areas into Mill Creek, and then eventually into the harbor. So this kind of shows that action happening based on our modeling. Water comes down on the bottom left, South Down Coffee, ripples by, and then makes it through Plaza 414, Theater 3, fills up Crystal Lake, Fire Department area, and continues downstream. So now this is another view of the same area. You can see the flow path heading towards downtown. This is a view looking north over everything, and it basically fills up the bowl at Maple Place and the fire department, and then it overtops the crest of the parking lot in the Salt Meadow parking area, and then continues south or north towards the harbor through Main Street, Mill Creek Road, and then all the way to Danford's near Mary Bales Park, where there's a low bulkhead. So this is another flooding area, well known to be impassable during these events, Barnum Avenue and Mill Creek area. So the bottom left photo is the walking bridge right behind the village hall, and then the right side is the Barnum Ave culvert. This area you can't see it in this photo, but there's softballs there that haven't moved since we started this study. And obviously there's no water passing through that. So a lot of the water builds up, and then it goes over the roadway as a bridge, and then goes either into Mill Creek and further downstream, or it could potentially even get super high and go out to the town of Brookhaven boat ramp. So this area is that Salt Meadow marsh area that predated the village. So here's a model view showing what we're getting from a 10-year, 24-hour storm at high tide. So you can see the Barnum Avenue submerged, Barnum Avenue culvert, and Mill Creek. The rim around Mill Creek is right around elevation 7, and then it gets down to about 5.5 or so by the Barnum Avenue culvert. So a lot of that area is just extremely prone to flooding, and it won't stop happening until you raise the roadway. So flood area 5 is further downstream, the three-leg intersection of West Broadway and 25A and East Broadway. This is prone to a lot of tidal flooding, but it also receives the stormwater flooding from high-intensity rainfalls like the August 18-19 storm in 2024, basically barreling through and then finding the lowest point to then discharge into the harbor, which is that Danford's Mary Bales Park bulkhead that we were talking about before. Here's a photo looking south at the three-leg intersection. Danford's on the left, Mary Bales bulkhead on the bottom, the Port Jeff Ferry Pier. All those areas fill up, and then they spill over the bulkhead into the harbor if the tide's low enough. And then you can just basically see towards the top of the image, there's the Mill Creek culvert that goes underneath 25A and then into the harbor. And another point of reference is the steam room. So we have a lot of ways to solve this, and we've put our heads together for various meetings with the village to show them our approach as we went. But we're, as Bob was saying, sticking really tight to that design criteria of the 10-year, 25 or 24-hour storm, which is New York State, typical New York State standard. And then we're also checking for flood inundation for a 100-year storm, just to see, where our water elevation is after these improvements, and to make sure that we can try our best to make sure that the water doesn't go into these buildings. So just for reference, 5.25-inch rainfall versus an 8.25-inch rainfall. So that extra 3 inches is, it could make or break the system, dependent on the intensity and how long that actually rainfall actually happens for. So we have a conceptual design plan that's on some of the trustees' desks here. This is a little bit too zoomed out, but we broke it out into 3 different design components. Starting from the downstream area, this would be vital to make sure that typically with drainage installations, you'll start from downstream, make sure you're all buttoned up, and then head further upstream. So the downstream area would be improvements to the drowned meadow area, a few different subcomponents there, which we'll get into, and then improvements of the stormwater conveyance. So getting the water to that low point is design component 2. Design component 3 is then further upstream by the Port Jeff High School. So the first design component is that downstream area. Basically, I guess we'll start on the bottom left. We want to make sure that a lot of this water gets out to the harbor quickly and efficiently. So we've designed the culvert at the right pitch and size with the correct amount of weirs and elevations to make sure that the approximately 600 or 700 CFS that comes down here is able to leave quickly, and so that design of that culvert is very accurate, and it provides exactly that. Then we have a really cool component, subcomponent 1B, which is a new pond area. So along with dredging the existing Mill Creek and Mill Pond down at the bottom, installing a new pond will increase the stormwater retention, provide stormwater treatment, and also allow for some energy dissipation for water flooding into this area. So we have a more, I guess before I move on to the next slide, subcomponent 1C on the bottom right is going to be that overflow weir as an example, where the creek elevation or the pond elevation gets to a certain points and then spills out through that designed culvert outfall. So here's a new pond rendering. A little tough to do with the dead trees in the winter, but we did our best. But this would beautify that area of the maintenance shed. We would be able to preserve certain vegetation and things like that, and be able to grade this out properly in final design. But this is something that, just to get an idea of what it would look like, it would be basically consist of a timber pedestrian bridge connecting some of those new apartments on the west side down to the downtown areas. And as we were saying before, stormwater treatment is vital here, because DEC, all these different permitting agencies are going to want to see some sort of sediment dissipation and reduced, I guess, energy dissipation as well.
Where are our Phragmites?
Another big part of this is the bottom left corner. So Barnum Avenue is, as we were saying before, very low. It would be very important to raise this road, typical road raising project, up to elevation 7 or so, to allow for the water to stay within these proposed areas to increase freeboard. So, yeah, from existing, it's say around 5.5 up to 7, about 18-inch raise in the lower points, which is reasonable in terms of budget and everything. But it would be designed so, what if it did, under that 1,000-year case scenario, over top the bridge, it would then flow overland and control down to the town of Brookhaven boat ramp. So a lot of this water would be making its way through that point, instead of all these different areas.
Do you mean down the road? Those travel down the road, is that what you mean?
Yeah, it would go overland down the road.
Yeah.
Yep. So here's design component 2. Once design component 1 is complete, we show a stormwater conveyance system. This is definitely one of the more technical parts to ensure the proper flows, velocities, and catchment areas are provided under these designs. But this is something that I know the fire department is going to be very interested in. So basically, the existing culvert up at CVS that flows down, I'll point to it. I don't know if I have a cursor here. So you can see my cursor here by CVS. There's an existing culvert that we all know that flows around this area, makes its way behind a couple houses here, and then it.
We're gonna blow it up in a minute.
Yeah. So let me just blow it up. So this culvert travels right past the west side of the fire department. It's a 5x4 box culvert, converts to approximately 72-inch arched culvert underneath Maple Place, maybe a historical bridge, and then it continues as maybe a 6x4 or a 5x4. Kind of, it's fairly unknown, but that segment would be connected to. So let me backtrack just for a second. The existing system, when you have these high-intensity storms, all that water flows out of this culvert and into the bowl as well. Not only is it getting all the water from overland, it's getting it from underground. So.
Sure does. Yes, it does. It comes right up through the floor.
So for like a 2-inch rainfall, it's vital for you guys to connect to that. It flows under, a reasonable storm. But yeah, anything over that, it's going to be just coming out of the ground and flooding your area out like first thing. It's just because it's a pressurized system from upstream and it flows out. So huge improvement here is to make sure that we disconnect from all conveyance systems that come through 25A and the existing system, and make sure that all that is basically bolted down and none of the water is coming out of the ground. And then we're left with the downstream end of the existing culvert, which is a 6x4 on the left side of the screen, and that would be dedicated to only the Maple Place bowl, the fire department area. So based on a 25-year or a 10-year storm, 5.25-inch rainfall, which is a pretty serious intensity, we don't even have water coming out of that grate, based on our findings, which I'll show you in just a bit. So another thing to mention here is there's a lot of utilities. There's sewers, there's water. The sewer is something that we don't want to disturb in this area, so we're able to keep everything up and make sure that we pass over that with proper clearances. The way that we're going to be doing that is the parking lot area, Salt Meadow parking area right off of Maple Place, is going to need to be raised. So basically elevation 7 or so. Ruvo is at around 8, fire department's at 8, so it's still going to be slightly lower than the finished floor elevation. It doesn't matter. It would matter for tidal inundation, but for stormwater, everything's going to be conveying through here anyway. But to provide that cover over the sewer we're able to do that by raising the culvert and providing I believe it's about 0.25% slope down to the new pond. So this would be a double barrel 4x6 culvert, figure 12 feet wide, underground river that would take all this water down to the new pond. And then further upstream, the idea is to make sure that the water doesn't go behind the buildings and through the buildings. So we're proposing to keep the water on 25A. The amount of flow that comes down 25A is a monstrous amount of water, but we would provide about 60 inlets, which would provide all of that water, in theory, to get underground. There's a lot of different improvements that we could do to make sure that it more efficiently does than a standard reticuline grate, but that's the idea. Get the water underground into this culvert, and then bypass those low points like the Portrait Fire Department. So the way that we're doing that is to realign this intersection and regrade it. So this call out right here, ridge line 6 inches higher than flow line. We'd have a valley gutter that would bypass through here. So any waters over 6 inches might get, it might get over this ridge line, but a lot of this flow is gonna stay on 25A and hit these 60 inlets. I can't show you like the detail here, but for an instance, where I'm circling right now would be 3 inlets. So 60 inlets from CVS all the way down to Maple Place is the number that we're getting right now in conceptual design, which is a lot, but you go to anywhere like Northport Village, that is the same thing. All the water just bypasses all the inlets. It never gets underground. Not even that the existing system can take it, but if it was, it would be crucial to provide that inlet capacity. So then further upstream, design component 3 is the storage at the high school. So this eliminates approximately, I forgot the percentage, like 26%? 27% of the watershed. So 27% of the water that would make it down to CVS Low Point and the fire department is now getting captured underground in a proposed storage area or chamber. This would be achieved by a large high flow inlet structure where that stone revetment currently is, so that have the water controlled and into this system. The left side shows an idea of what this would look like. This is about 10 foot tall underground, so it's like a large cistern that would have a few different access points, and above that would just be a regular field as it is now. So we would match in on-site conditions with turf, grass, so whatever is necessary there. Another component to this is to make sure that the Liberty Avenue intersection is piped underground and makes its way into this system as well. That would eliminate another, I forgot the exact percentage, but X amount of the watershed. Yeah. So that leaves only 25A flow. So now you're only worrying about 25A flow down by CVS, which would have those 60 inlets, which would get all the water down. So then future design components, this is something that we could worry about further in the future. With sea level rise projections, we're right around like 8 to 30 inches. So based on our data loggers, capturing the surface elevation, we got an average high tide for 131 days of 3.8, which was higher than the mean high. So it's already a conservative number. You add 30 inches to that, you're at 6.3. The lowest bulkhead at Mary Bell's is around 6. So sea level rise wouldn't really be an immediate issue if that was the case, but something that we typically design for is a 10-year, 50-year still water condition, which is based on a USGS analysis of storm tide impacts based on Hurricane Sandy and the like. Those are around 6.8, 7.7. So being that a lot of the bulkhead through Village of Port Jeff is at around 7, it would be something that the village would instill in their code to ensure that any bulkheads that's going to be replaced would be raised to the max, which would be 18 inches per DEC requirements. And that would slowly bring us up to a 50-year still water elevation for, as far as we can see it, really. But for a 100-year base flood, they're calling it on FEMA elevation 10. That's a tough elevation to work with, but in the future, it would be typical to raise the frontage of the shoreline, put in retaining walls as a cheaper option, and basically provide a flood wall. Then we would have a large pump station that would take all this water and under pressure flow it into the harbor. But that's something we don't have to worry about for a while here. But it's something typical, something that we design all the time for low-lying areas on the south side of Long Island. So it's definitely a reasonable component. So here's I'll try to be quick here, but yeah.
Take your time.
Okay. All right, so here's the most important part of the project, because it shows you what's going to happen with existing and proposed conditions. So the left side is our 10-year design storm at an average high tide of 3.8. On the bottom left, you'll see a note there. The roadway in front of the the fire department, Maple Place, is approximately elevation 6.87. The water under a 10-year case is approximately 10. So the Port Jeff Fire Department elevation is 8. So there's your 2 feet of flooding through the fire department, 2 to 3 feet. And what happens is it's going to stay there until everything drains downstream, which we know it relies on an existing system, which is undersized. So you're going to have that water for approximately 4 hours, 5 hours, you know, which I'm sure you guys are well aware of. So that's the existing condition. All those colors in the middle of the map show the flood depths. Like red is where it's deep. That's where the fire department is. Red on the bottom end is CVS. And then green might vary from like 6 inches to 1.5 inches or 1.5 feet of flooding. On the right side is the inundation map under proposed conditions. So we don't have any flooding under proposed conditions for a 10-year. We've designed it for that. All these, you know, it might be a lot of work to get there, but it's very standard practice, heavy conveyance systems, large detention and retention areas. And based on our calculations, this is where we get, which you can see the new pond there. It's that purple right in the middle of the village. Mill Creek obviously has water in it. Barnum Avenue is raised to elevation 7, and all of the areas upstream are dry. All the water's flowing underground, as long as we have the proper inlet capacity to get it under there. But if it does bypass the first 3 inlets, it goes to the next 3 inlets, and then the next 3 inlets. So the water, in theory, gets into the system. And then down by the 3-leg intersection, that area is very low. It's a 25A right-of-way, so New York State DOT. That area's, a lot of the buildings there are actually raised, so a lot of the flooding that happens, one, doesn't really get into the buildings. It does in certain cases, but that's it's a New York State DOT right-of-way, so that gets down to around elevation 4.5. And in the future, we're gonna have to have conversations with the state to coordinate raising that area, and potentially, but the big point to be made here is the left side, you see all that water standing there. The right side, once you have a functioning system, all these connected systems, the conveyance systems, are able to function properly and stay dry, and as their original design intent. Yeah, so basically we're able to have the water come down into the Mill Creek area and the new pond. And if you have high tide up at, say, 3.8, our water in this case is approximately 6.41 at the fire department. Down by the creek, it's right around the same. So there's your intensity showing, you know, its effect. So a lot of conveyance, make sure that it gets into the harbor. Here's 25 years, so bumping it up a little bit, 6.45 inches, same intensity. The max water elevation on the left side in the Port Jeff Fire Department bowl is 10.7. So it bumps up from 10 to 10.7 from the previous. On the right side, it gets up to 7.46, which is about 6 inches lower than the finished floor of the fire department. So something to really keep in mind here is the left side is going to take that 4 hours, 5 hours to drain out. The right side, based on our hydrographs, is only 30 minutes. So it comes in, that intensity fills up, and then everything downstream is working until it's able to bring it down within half an hour. And it doesn't even get into the building for a 25-year, which is a 6.5-inch rainfall, which is beyond the New York State DOT design standard. Now we have a 100-year storm, 8.29 inches, which could really be in conversations with that 1,000-year storm, but obviously not a 1,000-year storm. The left side, the elevation of the water gets up to 11.45, so it bumps up another foot. You're getting around like 4 feet, 4.5 feet of peak intensity right around the fire department, and it's just going to continue keep coming down and barreling down based on the timeliness of the calculations, and then it'll flow out. You can see the downtown area in this area is just totally non-traversable, but the right side is 30 minutes versus 4.5 hours, of water getting up to a certain elevation and then draining out. So in this case, we were able to get the elevation of the water down to 8.71, which would be around 9 inches of water flooding in the fire department building for 100-year, which is beyond design standard. So it's pretty good improvement. So this is a cool finding that is useful for the fire department. It shows a 100-year still water elevation, which is elevation 9. So the entire downtown area is no rain. This is total tidal sunny day flooding. Water comes into the downstream or downport area, and then it would then bubble back up into the Maple Place low point, which is the fire department. If we wanted to get rid of that after these proposed recommendations are complete, you could always install a check valve that is dedicated to the drain for the fire department to prevent the backflow from coming into the fire department. So that bowl would be dry under a elevation 9 flood, which is well over the bulkhead, say 3 feet over the bulkhead. Because you have that crest like we were talking about before, right by Ruvo, raising that parking lot and keeping the elevation of the crest at 9.9 or 9.19 provides freeboard for you to stay dry under those case scenarios.
But that check valve is not in this
No.
proposed plan now?
It would have to be done after proposed improvements, because if you put the check valve in with the existing culvert, it's just going to make things worse. It's in the proposed improvements, yeah.
Oh, it is a part
Yeah,
of
yeah,
it.
yeah. Oh, sorry, I misheard. Yep.
Did you take into consideration where the water actually goes into the harbor? You realize that there's a,
Yeah, 72-inch pipe is part of a model.
well, there's a control at the end of it.
Yeah, the duckbill, yeah, that's part of our model as
You
well.
have that on there?
Yep.
And you realize that with all the water coming down, if you have a high tide, the water's not going anywhere anyway.
Right.
So,
Unless
that water's back up.
Unless it has, yeah.
Pushes through.
Like if your tide's at 4 and your water in the creek is at 4.5, it's going to push out slowly but
Well,
surely.
you gotta take that creek and you gotta dredge it.
Yeah.
Make
That's-
it a retaining, water retaining area as well.
Definitely.
The DEC has been the holdback on this whole thing over the years, not letting it happen.
Yeah.
And, now you have a problem, because where are you gonna take the spoil? Brookhaven landfill's closed, so now you gotta figure out, where you gonna truck it, out of state? I mean, after you do sampling, I'm sure you're gonna find a lot of good things in that. Okay?
Yeah, we would have to,
You got Lawrence Aviation that's been dumping down there, and you also have a dry cleaner up there in California, who was dumping his,
yeah. So
stuff into the water, and it's all just still coming down.
to account for that, we've bumped up our dredging prices, because that's one of our improvements. So we're calling, say, $300 to $400 per cubic yard to be trucked out. So it's expensive, but it's not too big of a creek.
Just a quick question. We're right next door to the fire department, Theater 3.
Theater 3, yep.
With that check valve?
Yeah, absolutely. Everything that we're talking about at the fire department would benefit Theater 3, the speakeasy area.
Keep talking about the fire department. Thank you.
Sure. So through the report, we've considered multiple alternatives. A few are on the screen. One big improvement that could be a future benefit as stormwater quality would be a large chamber like the one at the fire department the high school that's proposed. Instead, it would be near Caroline Avenue. In addition, it would provide a little bit more storage. That elevation is actually elevation 15 or so, and the soils are pretty preferable. So you would be able to take water and put it into that system and have a nice infiltration. It's something in the future, not really too much of a concern in the priority of this project. Another thing is daylighting the existing culvert right by the fire department. There's no benefit really to that. You're only going to show water versus having it underground. There's no retention volume that's really going to benefit, and it's very deep. So you'd have like basically 11-foot drop from the grade down to the bottom of the culvert. I think that culvert in that area is about 13 feet deep right under the basketball courts. Construct a pond on the Port Jeff Fire Department property to create the old Crystal Lake. This is previous ideas. We've discussed it. There's really no huge benefit to impounding that water in that location because of the groundwater being so high and freeboard not being accessible, unless you raise everything up. There's really no reason to do that. Green infrastructure and parking lots, bioretention on steep streets, they're nice improvements. They're going to slow down water in theory, but we're designing for that heavy rainfall that comes down, so not a priority right now under this project. So here's the cost. And we have 3 components on the top. So the prioritization on the top is really what we want to focus on. The first component comes out to around 5.8 million. The second, that's the pond, that's the raising Barnum, dredging the creek, and a bunch of other stuff around there. Then we have component 2, improving the stormwater conveyance, so bypassing the fire department low point. That is large box culverts, bulk of the costs, 13.6 million. A lot of concrete going in the ground, and that sort of stuff. And then component 3, the high school, would be 8.5 million, and that's something that maybe could be prioritized as well. So component 1 and 3, so starting from the downstream and going up. And then future considerations, we also have this number here for the pump station, 7 million down the line, and raising the shoreline down the line as well, if it in theory was going to be done, would be about $10 million. So I guess I'll hand it back over to Bob to wrap this up.
I think we're pretty much done.
Wait, do you mind if we just go back to the alternatives considered? Because there we go. Because a few of these items are actually in our recently passed climate resiliency plan. So I just wonder how we can.
Yeah, well, we're saying they're good,
Square
they're
that.
good improvements, but I would say that based on the fact that 60% of the watershed is south of CVS and is inundating the intersection at CVS, Barnum Island and 25A, before any of these improvements could even take place, that was kind of our priority. But those improvements, whether you're putting in green infrastructure like pervious pavers in the parking lot or bioswales in the parking lot or on the steep streets, are great for water quality. But in general, those types of improvements are probably going to hold you less than 1 inch of storage of rain from the area, which is a real great improvement if you're targeting water quality. So like 90% of all rainfalls are under 1.5 inches of rain. So if you did have water quality improvements such as bioswales or pervious pavers in the parking lot, I would say that you're targeting water quality more than you're targeting stopping flooding in the village of Port Jefferson. Both are important. We're not saying it's not important. The same for the Chamber Carolyn Avenue. It's a great improvement that takes a lot of direct discharge into the Mill Creek at the headwaters. But what we're seeing when we model with it and without it, it doesn't really move the needle with regard to reducing flooding. So we're trying to prioritize money. You could certainly put it into a project. It would have those types of water quality improvements, and I would recommend doing those types of things over time. As you're recreating things and redoing pavement and stuff like that.
Thank you.
I think we'll all have questions, but if you want to go through this next page.
Okay, the last page. Oh, so anticipated permitting, we'll be needing New York State DEC freshwater wetland permits. For Mill Creek, we have tidal wetlands because we'll be connecting into the harbor with a new culvert. Probably New York State DOS is always needed anytime you need an Army Corps permit, and you will need an Army Corps permit for the work near the harbor. So those will be at least some of the permits that we'll need, in addition to any local village or town permits that will also be required. Lots of utility coordination in the design, future design of this type of project. With we try to avoid sewers as much as possible by putting the culvert. Believe it or not, like the big culvert on 25A, it was very opportunistic because on that side of the road there were no sewers or utilities. So on the I would guess the southbound side of 25A, it was lucky that all the sewers and everything were out of the back of the buildings on that side, and we went out of our way to align the culvert into the grass area and through the back area of the basketball court. And unfortunately, we love the playground because we designed the playground a long time ago, but that is probably the most cost-effective way to go, and it can be easily restored. It won't impact the rocket ship or some of the features there, but the safety surface would have to be redone in there. So next step, project like this. One thing about the culvert on 25A that we're proposing, the large, I think it's a 5x9 culvert. If you can imagine something that big, we've actually done culverts that big in Huntington. That this is carrying New York State DOT water, so it's coming down 25A with is it 600 CFS, which is a river. It's basically a river of water being generated by the New York State DOT highway. So I guess conversations with DOT would probably be a smart thing to do, to see if they're willing to contribute to some of this work.
So if you characterized the percentages of the watershed from each of the areas, you did the 26% was coming off of the Dark Hollow Old Post. How much is the 112, 25A? About?
30, yeah. Yes. 37% is coming from this New York State highway.
Did you calculate anything coming over the junior high school building, which has got?
Yeah.
Because there's no drainage there at all on that building.
The high school or the
Spring
junior high
Street. Spring
Yeah,
Street.
we have flow on every single
On High
area
Street.
of the village. Yeah.
High Street from Spring Street.
It comes right down, there's no drainage on High Street.
Yeah.
On
Yeah.
It's coming down from St. Charles right down.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing when you're dealing with the steep street area, is that there's literally no available, or very little available land that's owned by the village. A lot of private land maybe, but also capturing rainfall on roads that is that steep is also very challenging, because it'll blow
That's why
by.
you try and catch
Yeah.
it before it leaves
You
the
wanna-
parking lot
yeah.
and roof.
Catch it where you get it.
That's the way to
Yeah,
do it.
so-
Because those people that are impacted
Yeah.
on that road, on Spring Street, it's terrible. It's ripping up the road.
Splashes up against the building.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I can imagine. So that's
I mean, we live there.
yeah.
We see it every time it rains. So,
Yeah.
that's a problem.
Yeah, definitely.
So the system, the new culvert, would those capture areas that you described, wait, 60, how many of them?
Yeah.
Would they
He says
all accommodate that
He
water?
says when he says this 60, you should think of it as an equivalent 60. They might not, like usually a catch basin is 2.5 by 4, but we might just do like 6 by 6 in the shoulders. The state DOT is not going to want grates in the travel lane, from my experience.
Mhm.
But certainly in the shoulder, large grates that are on top of the culvert would be the most effective way to capture. So they're probably not going to be your normal grate that you see in the roadway. It's going to be cheaper to do just fewer larger ones, like almost picture a subway grate, but you know.
Mm.
And when you put these concrete, units into the ground, you're gonna put a well point in so you're able to do the construction while it's going on, or are you gonna try and just pump it as you're digging?
The ones by the high school are above the groundwater. So we did soil borings.
I don't see that, because
Yeah.
when we've had some issues with the.
We had monitors out there for months. Yeah. So we had two.
I've actually been on the site when the roads collapsed, seeing what,
The
I've seen what goes on there.
high school athletic field.
Right,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
We measured for 3 different locations.
I know you can measure all you want, but what actually happens is that the water goes into that main culvert that comes down, which is basically, Crystal Lake, being diverted.
Oh,
into culvert.
if the culvert collapses, yeah, there's an issue.
It did.
Yeah.
It did.
Right.
It
But
happened.
there won't be a culvert anymore. This will replace it.
Because our building is built over water, there's trapdoors and there's pumps going 24/7. We have no idea where they go, but you would be, we would go to try to be.
Doug, we're going to give you a microphone because we're recording this and this is live, so people are going to want to hear your questions. So, Matt, do you want to give the audience the portable one? Oh, okay.
Hi, thanks. Okay, so I was just asking, because our building is built over the remains of Crystal Brook Lake, and there are pumps that go 24/7, and you're proposing putting cement capture basins in the ground? Is that what this? Not what?
Not in that area. It would be up by the high school.
So when so the water though that does come up, like literally it just rises through the floor, is this part of this addressing that issue?
That's groundwater.
Yeah, your building is most likely, the basement of your building might be the lowest point in
We
in
believe
the
it is. We're
village.
not
Unless the
sure.
well point
Yeah.
is put into the area, which will then take all the water in the entire area, the groundwater that sits there, running through all your basements.
Right.
That's the only way to do it. You remember when Perillo built that, complex there?
Yeah.
He had to put a well point in, and all the basements dried out. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So, that's really what
Yeah,
it comes
that's-
down to.
That's,
That's a simple, quick way to fix it.
pumping groundwater is the only way to
Yes.
keep it down. In this case, we're handling stormwater, but if the groundwater is surging, and you're very close to where the groundwater is, so a few inches of elevation, and now you have an issue.
That's all it takes, right? So-
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
So, this is very interesting and stuff. That's a lot of permitting and a lot of groups that have to be involved. So I think I have 2 questions. One, ballpark a timeline on the project getting permitted and able to start. And 2, maybe is directed to the mayor. Has the school district anybody talk to them about this? Obviously would encompass a lot of their property and decisions they would have to be involved in.
So the school district welcomed the engineers on the site and to, test to find out where the groundwater level was and to do some soil borings. So if you want to answer this, but I think they're as interested in this as everybody else is. There's no permissions or anything like that, but they were aware, right, of
Yeah, we had-
some of the concepts.
We had a positive meeting with the school district, and they're also going to gain a benefit from the drainage system because they do experience a loss of their athletic fields after a rainfall, they described it as just becoming unusable and soggy for a good period of time, because right now it just discharges a large amount of water into the grass. So they're going to have better use of their field, and I think that alone, and just helping the community, maybe that they seem to have a positive outlook on it.
these discussions were they were last year in the spring, summertime, so, again, we presume nothing, and, process has to go forward in very specific ways, so no assumptions are made, but just be positive. And time frame, what do you think about that? So the village has full awareness that we're looking at grants, we're looking at relationship building, we're looking at applications to different funding agencies, whether federal, state, county, town. So that's a process, takes time. The deadlines are, on staggered timing and all that for applications of these grants. We do have a pretty amazing grant writer who's in the audience today. Lisa, there you are. She's terrific and meticulous and is building the village's reputation to these funding agencies. It doesn't guarantee anything, but we'll do everything we can to. But this plan is the first. This study and the planning is the first step.
So, tagging into what the mayor is saying here, this is the first stage with this study. With this study, it'll put us in a better position to go for grant money. And you talked about 3 stages here, but it's about $28 million. So the way you presented the 3 stages, have you prioritized? So when you presented the first stage at the 5.5 million, was that the first stage that you'd want to start and then moving forward?
Yeah, so the lower end with the pond that we proposed, that could be the first phase, that should be the first phase. But the school storage unit that we're proposing could also go in at any time. It's independent because all it does is reduce flooding down to CVS. So you cannot do the other phase, the larger culvert down 25A, without doing the pond to receive it. So there could be a staged project where there's 3 phases, where one phase does the pond and the bridge, maybe part of the culvert, and then the next phase, which would be the more difficult phase, would be dealing with the DOT to get a highway work permit and get that job done on the New York State Highway. And then the school district one would be a little simpler because you're only dealing with the school district themselves, less permitting.
And the school district they completed recently a FEMA hazard mitigation project following the August storms as well, where they had to build a revetment wall along the bowl. And so that's why they were very interested in speaking with the engineers and with us about potential future mitigation.
So a great deal of the water that comes down into the village is coming down from the state road, which acts like a giant funnel for the steep slopes. Is there any way to engage the state in slowing that water down before it reaches the CVS property on the slope? Because that is where a lot of the force of water and the volume is coming from. A lot of energy, and can it be dissipated through cross culverts or retention basins? Not basins, not open basins. It would have to be underground basins,
Right.
like on 25A uphill of CVS.
Yeah, well, in order to reduce the flow, you would need to somehow either retain, when we say retain, it means you're holding it and you're not letting it go, or detain. We're basically just installing a detainage chamber, which detains it for a while, but then what's nice about it is going to be able to, it's elevated about 10 feet higher than the village down, CVS at the school. And so it's detaining it, but over a day or so, it's also going to be emptied slowly through about a 12 or 18-inch pipe, so it's ready for the next storm. But the state would have to you know, to find areas to put recharge basins in, take land, in order to reduce the stormwater coming down 25A. They would have to.
Could it be in the road?
They don't usually put storage in the road on state highways. Usually it's off the road in recharge basins, which are the large, would take a large amount of property to hold that much water. Yeah, there's not a lot of available land so much in that area. See, it's a hard situation because the state will look at it and say, well, I don't own all the upland area coming onto my road. I'm just handling the drainage from my road, and that's how they, you know, I've seen places designed just for their road right away themselves, which is obviously a lot smaller than it needs to be.
I guess if the village, or if the state was to extend their, say we have our system in place, box culverts, they could, and it's designed to take all the water upstream, so if they extended that box culvert, or maybe in the form of a pipe, that's maybe easier to install, then getting all that water underground, it would just flow into our system. So, future improvements on 25A could include, you know, a drainage system that extends from our new system. And to show like their cooperation is in, I believe, 2020, 2021, the state administered a very similar study on the exact limits, and they had certain improvements that we took into account. But they had the same thing to say, like the village owns this, the town owns this, we would have to coordinate all these efforts. So we've, from the village end of things, done our part in terms of design. They've done their idea and their part for their design, so maybe there's a merging, you know, that's why coordination's big upcoming. They might be very interested in this stuff.
Raising Barnum to 7, Barnum Avenue, raising it up to the 7, what's it at right now? I missed.
6, a little over 6.
Sometimes even more.
Yeah, but you got to think we're also proposing to put the culvert on the one side, so a lot of it's coming out anyway. And if you drive down the road, you'll see the west side is high, and we're proposing an elevation which would still work for the buildings that are on the east side of Barnum. So that's your limit of how high you can raise it.
Yeah, it'd be like 7, and then it would taper down to meet those, like I guess the cardio office, I believe.
Yeah.
is around elevation 7.5. So right there you have, but it would be final design to make sure that does flow properly.
We found that the outfall position where we're proposing it now as opposed to next to the existing outfall that goes to the bay worked a lot better. A lot less energy losses with where we positioned it, as far as having to go all the way through Mill Creek and then through the pipes and then through the town parking lot, and also thinking about how much water would be going directly into the marina, a lot more water. We thought it would be better to be out of the way from the boats and put it in a place where we could design more of an energy dissipation before it goes into the bay, so people don't feel a surge of water at the boat ramp.
We have to run, we have a meeting at 5:00, probably at 6:30, so we gotta get out of here, but I just wanna make sure we've got access to the PowerPoint. Is something we have access, or any other,
So
if there's any other paperwork that we have access, we got a copy of that?
we have copies right here if you want.
Oh, good.
Yeah, you could take these if you'd like. This also is going to be recorded and available, but not right now, obviously. So you probably want to talk about it tonight, right?
We are gonna discuss it with.
Yeah, we have a couple of copies.
You-
Do you want to?
Oh, perfect, that's great, that's what we need, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
makes me wonder, just building off of what Bob said.
Ask him.
I have a quick question. So just building on what Mr. Knopf just said, if it's a situation where we are looking to perhaps slow down the velocity of the water that's coming, heading north down that hill, we've got a number of developments that are going up there. Is that something that we can coordinate with the builders on to sort of capture some of that water before it even hits that ledge and starts
We would
running
have to-
down?
yeah, I can't answer without seeing exactly where they are. Maybe they're in a good location and that could help, and that could be part of their permit.
Yeah.
But that's something to consider as people develop in the village, that maybe you put more emphasis on the drainage so you get less coming down into the downtown.
So that was part of the covenant with Maryhaven, right?
Beechwood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, Beechwood.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sorry, losing my voice. But we're responsible for 2 of the developments up there, and just the latest and greatest in engineering will cover what you're talking about. We're already going to meet the requirements and go above and beyond. So all the buildings that we're revitalizing are much older and don't have any drainage or very little drainage in place, so that's automatically happening already.
Thank you.
So,
Just again, I know you talked about the developments. We didn't really discuss timeline. What are you guys anticipating? I guess it's all pending approval and coordination. But and also I just want to throw in there, this is amazing, and thank you so much, and thank the village. Thank you for caring so much to do this.
thanks
It
to the previous
means-
administration for getting this grant, and we worked it through.
I know you did.
But yeah,
I know you didn't, and we are grateful. I know Theater 3 is extremely grateful, and I appreciate it. But just I don't remember hearing about timeline, what your anticipated is.
Well, I guess the first step is, before you can do anything, there has to be funds, right? So I don't know how to answer that right now. But the design itself, yeah, each one of the phases, if you did the whole thing at once, it would be, yeah, if you did the high school, that's a really quick design. You could do that design in a few months. And there's not much, if any, permitting. There could be some sewer relocations that have to do with Suffolk County sewers, but that's not a big deal. So that's a very down and dirty, easy one. As I said, the pond one, that does have some delay to it, because these days to get a DEC permit is taking us 6 months, and sometimes longer, depending on who the analyst is with the DEC. So that they have a lot of backlog, a lot of work going on Long Island. So that one could be a 1.5-year type design, but maybe 6 months of that is just waiting on the DEC. Yeah.
how long did it take the Huntington project?
Oh, took a long time.
Years, 5, 8.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's all.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Once the design starts and the funds are in place, then things will move. The second component, where you're dealing with the state DOT, that would probably be more paperwork, let's say, and utilities. So that in itself may be a good reason to phase it in different approaches. So you could be working on getting all that paperwork done and approvals while the other smaller projects which you need are getting built. And you're just closing off the last piece of the puzzle.
Our grant writer just reminded me earlier that we were notified that we got a $50,000+ grant from Department of State to continue to move forward on the planning.
To take our climate resiliency plan that we have submitted and now get to revise it with all the completed studies that are happening now. So
So,
they're giving us 50,000
It's more planning though, right? It's not engineering.
It's to pre-plan out and revise the plan to incorporate additional project ideas or enhance or revise some of the projects that we already have listed in our plan.
So when you get that accepted by the Department of State, it gives you another leg up on application for additional funding.
Correct.
Yeah, so the project itself is a very feasible project for agencies such as FEMA, because if you were working and finishing the benefit cost analysis of the project, so you're basically looking at what it costs to build it, but then you're also looking at all the damages that have been occurring over the last 20 years. So if you can prove without a reasonable doubt that the damages, that this design that we're going to do is going to save in the long run all damage, so if you have a benefit cost ratio of more than 1, so has a better benefit than the damage, then they see that as a feasible project. It's located in a downtown area. It's a thriving business. It's got lots of commercial and residences. It's historic. It's got checks a lot of boxes for that type of fund. So I would say that, you know, it seems like a good project to get funding.
And that project in Huntington got funded, got some federal funding and state support too?
State put a lot of money into. It was a severe problem. Believe it or not, they actually had bigger flow than this, maybe twice as much flow.
Wow.
Yeah, this one's about 650 acres. That was like 3,500 acres of the same, just a bigger animal
Mhm.
of the water coming down and flooding. They used to get boats out to get the people out of their cars.
So did we.
So, yeah.
Not like that, I don't think, but definitely.
Yeah.
That's how people commuted, right, in Drowned Meadow days. So our process, Lisa, maybe you can weigh in on this. The deadline for getting this information submitted to FEMA is, what's the day, the end of the month, this month? So that's our next step. You're going to complete your cost-benefit ratio analysis.
Yes.
And Lisa, we've been meeting with FEMA on this grant on a regular basis. I think the next meeting is this month, right? It's
On a monthly basis, we meet with them and we submit all the paperwork. We've just submitted a quarterly report. We're right on target to close out the grant with the board of trustees approving the study. So that'll all be right on track. And then once that's approved, that grant will close out, and then we can continue forward with next steps.
Do they just automatically accept it, or do they interview post?
This will be the first for me, so I
We'll
think
see.
it's a matter of, it's not like the climate resiliency plan where they're analyzing each part as we go. This is the final product and we present it.
All
I
right.
think that if the board and the village approves it, then it moves forward and an acceptance.
So do we have to do that tonight? Or do we do that on the 28th?
No, you can do it on the next one.
Yeah, next meeting, that's what we plan to do, yeah. All right, are there any more questions? This was great work.
Thank you.
Really, really impressed. Thank you so
Enjoyed
much.
it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark, for your feedback. We're going to tap into your consulting expertise next time. He's seen it all.
I don't know if this goes. It does. It does?
Mhm. The discretionary, the congressional discretionary funding?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know the deadline for that?
I don't think they're out yet.
Okay. Probably July or something.
I didn't used to be the staff that got the application.
Okay.
Like we all did, but
Uh-huh.
so I'm happy to.
All right.
That.
Yeah.
Because it's just good. Even if we don't have our ducks in a row this year, right? It's just be like we applied last year too, right? So it's your
Yeah, yeah.
timely to get there.
What does that mean?
Because that was always one of our questions. I can apply for others.
Especially because
Right.
this grant. Thank you, Bob. Thank you very much.
Good job. Thank you.
I can't turn my mic. I think that, see what it takes. This is a FEMA funded study, so it's more likely to be, accepted and reviewed. All right, is everybody coming back to the table? You guys want to stay back there? Get up here.
Get enough of Mr. Lyon during the day.
I know. We're still up and running, right? Yeah. Okay, well, let's continue to move through the agenda now. Clerk Perillo, do you want to run us through the next discussion elements?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We,
Itemize. Keith, thank you. I think we have all that. Are they from downstairs, Sylvia? Those are ours then.
those are ours.
We'll keep them. The clerk wants them.
She does.
Thank you so much.
So, Mayor, we have several board discussions slated for this evening, the first of which is one regarding proposed amendments to Chapter 250, which is the zoning portion of our village code, for possible increases in building, planning, and zoning-related fees.
Okay, so we're going to invite, right, is this where Josephine comes on up? And
Yes.
come on up, Josephine. Pull a chair up, please, if you can. Watch your step. You just need a mic, so if you want to go sit over by Trustee Franco, that's usually where our guests sit.
Okay, so I've been asked by the clerk and the attorney to come update you on the status of the permit fee increases. We've been working together to come up with a proposal to simplify and make the fees more efficient, as well as bring the village more in line with other villages and similar municipalities. We haven't raised our fees in over 5 years, or close to 5 years, even as operating costs, technology expenses, and staffing needs have continued to rise. So currently, the Building and Planning Department, for instance, is operating at a roughly $380,000 deficit, meaning the amount of fees we're taking in doesn't cover the cost to do the work by the personnel. So while the charging of fees shouldn't necessarily be income-driven, it should at least allow us to break even and be commensurate with the amount of work that's being done to issue permits, do inspections, and ultimately serve the public. So just to highlight a couple of the anomalies that we've noticed in this, as we've been researching it with other municipalities. So we looked at it, pretty much every village we could find, and some of the bigger towns that are more local to us. We've only been charging $50 for a solar fee. Most start at least $200 and go up from there. Our late fees, so if you take if you build something and you didn't get a permit and you have to come in and legalize it after the fact, we only charge $500. Most municipalities either charge 3 times the building permit renewal fee, or between $1,000 and $1,500. We're quite low on our commercial fees as well. We tend to charge commercial fees in line more with residential fees. Most villages and towns charge more for commercial because there's a lot more work involved in the permitting process, the inspections. Our electrical and plumbing fees are less than half the average of the municipalities we researched. And finally, just not so much building and planning, but our licensing fees for the carting company, they don't appear to have been raised since 1974. So, we're
So we can conclude that it's time to really take a deep dive on it And appreciate the work you're doing on it.
No problem, thank you.
So what we're looking at, maybe maybe our March meeting for public hearing or something like that, noticing it next month, and then gives you a little bit more time to pull it together and us time to, this is something that takes, you can't just look at this and say, looks great. It's going to be, all of our trustees will want to really look at these fees and understand what we're talking about. And when the community comes up and starts asking us questions about it, we'll want to be pretty well versed. So appreciate you coming here today and letting us know where it stands. And
Anytime.
so thank you so much. Okay.
Mayor, our next discussion topic for the board is regarding a proposed amendment to Chapter 169 of our code, which is litter, for possible expansion of Section 8, which is litter from vehicle wheels prohibited. And Attorney Moran is going to guide us in that.
Mayor, I just wanted to, for the board's edification, speak briefly about this board discussion topics like this about code amendments is, at least since I've been here, kind of a new public topic to discuss. With working with Clerk Perillo and getting information from staff that trickled through the various liaison assignments, and the need for code amendments, that my advice was that we shouldn't be just blindsiding the board members by setting public hearings day of and have actual discussions, because one trustee might think this is a wonderful idea. It's a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of taxpayer money going to the research and the drafting of these codes just to fall flat sometimes. So I think we'll be seeing a lot more of these in the future, specifically to, code amendments that, fees, the things on the agenda for tonight's discussion. If we just take now Chapter 169, the litter, this is stemming from, I believe you, Trustee Franco, so if you want to talk about the issues that came up and what prompted this discussion for your fellow board members, I'd appreciate it.
Certainly, thank you, Dave. I had reached out to some residents on Beach Street and noticed that what was happening is that the trucks that were traveling down the road were dragging material onto the roadway and not cleaning it up. So, it was not only just gravel and rocks, which then makes it dangerous for people to ride bikes or electric scooters or however it is. There was also dust and debris coming from the undercarriage and the trailers of the trucks that were being spread all over the neighborhoods. Looking at this, I researched and found out there were several other municipalities have drag-out provisions. And those drag-out provisions are, if you drag out material onto the street, not only is the truck responsible, but the business owner is responsible. And since we have all of these other developments starting, with Beechwood starting, Conover 2, we have a couple of the projects uptown, I thought drag-out provision, not only just addressing the tires, but also addressing the debris from the top, that both making the vehicle operator and the construction company or who is ever doing the project also responsible. So if we add that provision in, it gives code an opportunity to say, hey, listen, you know what, now we have something in the code, we can reach out and address these issues with the business owners and have something behind it. So that's basically what happened.
Just expanding on that, this was all forwarded to our code enforcement supervisor, who felt the code didn't give him enough tools in the shed to handle this type of complaint. When we began the review of the code, it turns out that we have a couple of code provisions on point that just need to be tweaked, so it's not going to be such the substantial code amendment that we originally anticipated. And I will certainly make those tweaks as necessary, provided the board is inclined to move this forward.
I just also would like to add, thank you, David, that I think making the fine prohibitive for allowing this to continue on is important. So I'm not sure, and I apologize, what the fine is on for 116. I'm sorry, David. Go ahead.
The way the Village of Port Jeff Code is written, most fines refer back to Section 1, which sets the fine at up to $1,000. I've been a proponent of changing that because I think the last time that was put in was probably when the code was written. For instance, for similar violations in other townships and municipalities, their minimums start at $500, or recently in Brookhaven, a minimum fine for building without a permit has jumped to $2,500 minimum. So when you talk about people, as in meeting with Josephine and some of the problems that stem from people, building and then asking for forgiveness later, when the minimum fine starts at $2,500, all of a sudden it's not just a cost of doing business. So I would be a proponent also of, in this particular code, it might be a little difficult without some further reworking of the code because it's in the middle of a section. It's not its own article. But I would be a proponent if the board's inclined to make some suggestions about how to tweak our fine provision in Section 1.
And the other thing with this, especially because it's an environmental, it's a safety, it's health hazard for the residents of the community. If you're a multiple violator, like if you've been fined and you can continue to do it, I think we should put a progression in the fine sequence. Like, so if if you're doing it and the next day you're fined on, you've gotten a ticket on it, and you do it the day after, you get another summons and you do it again. We have to actually have something to really make it prohibitive.
But the good thing about municipal enforcement is you're violating the code every day, right? It's not like it's a speeding ticket. If you're served with a summons on Tuesday, you're still violating on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And some of the more controversial issues that pop up in recent history that involved maybe some signs, we made sure that we wrote that ticket not once but multiple times. And most, off the top of my head, I don't recall, but I would be surprised if even if it's minimal, that the fine structure in this village code doesn't have some type of progression for first and second offenses, but in reworking that, we should certainly add it.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
So if the board's okay with those amendments to Chapter 169, I will certainly begin that process and hopefully we'll have something for review at the next work session.
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay. Moving on, a few months back, I circulated an email to propose changes to Chapter 205, which is the rental code. And those codes came out of a formed committee that the village empowered to make such recommendations. At the time, I met with Andy Freeling and kind of trimmed that down a bit. I asked for feedback and review of that, those recommendations. I haven't received any. So having not received any, if we're inclined to move forward on some of those recommendations, I will take a stab at it, unless people want to discuss or have any questions now.
I'd like to see what you come up with.
David, can I ask a question?
Ken.
Is there a section on, if you have a independent standing building, do we have a provision that you have a home and then let's say you're a garage and you want to build something for your mother-in-law to move in? Is that in this provision?
Those are items we need to discuss, right? So generally speaking, detached habitable structures are frowned upon.
Yeah, I agree.
Because they usually end up not for your mother-in-law.
Yeah.
And the things that we do travel with the land forever, right? And one of the most coveted things I know that you could at least own in the town of Brookhaven is a single parcel with multiple dwellings on it. because they phased them out in the 70s. I wouldn't recommend that type of activity.
Okay.
I would recommend, if the board's inclined, for some of our elder residents or some of our younger residents to supplement income by a legal accessory apartment attached to the structure under
Got it.
certain guidelines and provisions, and egress and health and safety standards. It's certainly something that's viable and done all over. I would frown against detached structures of any kind.
I agree.
I believe one of the proposals that was made was reference to bed and breakfasts and the possibility, separate structures on the property, whether they be sheds or smaller cottages on the property to supplement the bed and breakfast activity. That just
Got it. I agree.
when you have a bed and breakfast, which is generally a residential use and owner occupied, when you start expanding that footprint like that, it is kind of moving towards commercial. And those are the type of things that I discussed with Mr. Freeling, and we agreed that kind of should we just slim it down. So,
Right, but the problem with the, accessory dwelling units, once you build them, they're there.
forever.
Yeah, so you sell the house and now, but that is still in existence.
Forever.
So, Same thing with the apartment, if you put it in.
And again, you want to protect yourself unless you don't, right?
Right.
But a lot of the issues become, I'm not sure if the entire village is sewered.
No.
Then you have sanitation problems, occupancy problems, parking problems.
Yeah.
Anytime you add that type of habitable space, if in doing this, we legalize the accessory apartment, it should be, most municipalities limited to a certain number of square footage, well under 1,000. One bedroom, so it's all about the proliferation. Off-street parking must be provided. There'll be a criteria that needs to get met for that special type of permit.
Right, but still have the same issue there. Once it's permitted by one user, then it's.
Well, again, with the accessory apartment, it's an owner-occupied situation and a license that should be revisited. So that license, however long the board decides, should last 2 years, 3 years, 5 years.
Or until the house is sold?
Not necessarily,
No?
because, again, you want to make sure that it's safe, and it's a license, which means it could be taken away, right? So if we're getting complaints that in my house, I have 8 people, crammed into an apartment, and there's parking all over, and being disrespectful and all of that, do I really want to wait 2 years until the house sells to be able to get back in there to enforce or to make sure that they didn't cut it up into multiple bedrooms and all of that? So I think on average, a 2-year permit is good. A 2-year license is good to be revisited, with registrations, from the owners that say they haven't expanded the footprint or anything like that, and then it makes enforcement easier.
It's all about enforcement.
Yeah, and it should be owner occupied.
Has to be. Otherwise, it's an illegal,
Right.
it would be an illegal 2-family home.
Right. Okay.
Again, under the law, you have the right to rent your home, right, in its capacity, and you have the ability, if the municipality decides under their police powers, to allow you to rent it. You don't have a right to an accessory apartment. You do have the right to not live in your home and rent the entire home.
But that would be for a long-term rental, not.
Well, again, that's all on how you decide to set it up.
Yeah.
So touching on the short-term rentals, is there a way that we could draft this so that if folks were gone for a weekend, they could rent out their own?
That's a you
home?
decision. Whatever policies you guys request to put in place to govern short-term rentals, we will. Or not regulate them at all. If you ever decide to rent your home, whether it's 2 days or 2 weeks or 2 months, you need a rental permit. Period, end of story. Now, most municipalities have moved towards a banning of short-term rentals under their police powers because of the transition and the transitory nature, and, you know, the Swimpleys and the Airbnbs and the parties that happen when they rent a home for a weekend. So there's like 14 days, 2 weeks, all kinds of, they're not very consistent, just based on, I'm gonna guess, the individual needs of whatever community those codes are gonna serve. But we're drafting, right? So we could draft anything, right? I would frown against being arbitrary and capricious. Anything we do in code would have to be, you know, the research would have to be done to make sure it's legally supported. There was a time in my career where I drafted a very constitutional rental law that, in negotiating with the public about who needed what and who wanted this, and, you know, lighten this restriction, make it that restriction, it whatever bastardized version ended up with that the board voted on was deemed unconstitutional by the court and arbitrary and capricious, because, you know.
Because somebody brought it to court?
Yeah, we were sued on it. You know, someone would have vested interest, and quite honestly, they were right. You know, having drafted these laws for the town and other municipalities, you have to make sure that what you're doing it has a rational basis toward your desired goal, whatever that is. And if it's health and safety, great. If it's keeping strangers out of my neighborhood, so we're gonna say you could rent your house 4 times in a season, but not 8 times. And, you know, the residents that are coming to your board meetings and speaking to the problem, like, you know, maybe we can only do it 6 times. As the attorney, I say something stupid like, you know, 6, why not 5, or why not 7? You know, so there should be some, if you're gonna get into that kind of granular regulation, you should have empirical data to support it as to why that valid police power needs to take place. With any rental, this village has a rental,
250, yes.
a rental code already. What I would do originally is just seek to expand on that with your input, and the discussions like this to see whether or not you want to ban short-term rentals, because you don't have to.
2.5.
And do we know how many short-term rentals are in the village right now?
I have no idea.
They're not permitted, I don't think.
But is there, like, because this went through a committee, right?
Mhm.
Did the committee, like, just check Airbnb and to try to figure out, like, what kind of beast we're trying to slay here? Because I think...
I mean, any one of us could do that.
There's still, I mean, we talk about how Port Jefferson is a tourist destination, but we're down to 1 Airbnb, we're down to 1 true bed and breakfast. There is no hotel except other than Danford's.
Pretty big hotel.
It is, but, you know, I just think
again, what you don't want to do, I
focus on
think,
what problem
just to hear what you're
we're trying
saying,
to solve.
Trustee Hill,
Yeah.
You don't want to create a solution that doesn't have a problem.
Right. That's
And
pretty
quite
much what
honestly,
I'm saying, yeah.
with that law that was stricken down in Supreme Court, that was the premise of the decision was, where's your data to support this regulation? Do you have a problem? You might have one of 2 issues, but do you have a problem? You know, that can't be handled with other areas of your code. You know, if they're having parties, you have a noise code. You know, if they're parking on the street, you have a parking ordinance. You know, so you got to be careful when you're drafting statute like this, specifically when, you know, people are using it for, you know, to make money generally sometimes.
We have a representative who was on that committee and also who is a proprietor.
My husband was on the committee and.
But you're a proprietor of a bed and breakfast, a legal bed and breakfast.
Use the mic.
Come on up. Thank you, Chris.
Barbara Ransom in bed and breakfast, so I am vested, so I'm just full transparency. We have many Airbnbs in this village that are being advertised, and you can go on the Airbnb sites and you can find them. I have one right down the block from me, 108 East Broadway. I've brought it to the code's attention, and to my knowledge, nothing has been done to knock on the door or anything like that. I know there's 3 on the west side of the harbor by Michael Mart. Michael Mart was also on that committee. So, and Airbnbs are illegal in the town of Brookhaven, okay? And we've not addressed Airbnbs at all in this village. So I think that was one of the reasons why that committee was developed, to kind of look into short-term rental. I don't recall all the recommendations that were made, but when you talk about detached occupancy from a R1 zone, residential one building, for people that have, and I'll talk about me, who has a detached 4-car tandem garage behind my house, I don't understand why something like that can't be. First of all, it would be limited, it would be seasonal, it would be licensed.
Are you arguing your case right
She
now?
is.
Or do you want-
She
do you want
is,
to wait for
and
the public
she is, and
hearing,
it's not the
or-
I'm
proper.
trying to make points where I think a lot of this
We
stuff
got you,
could be.
but that's-
But you making your
into-
point is going to
it's-
lead me to hit you with 100 counterpoints and this case law to the ceiling.
Okay.
That says, that's great for you, but when you're not you, and your 10,000 square foot garage has 40 apartments in it, it becomes problematic.
If it's, we don't have a situation like that that's existing in the village of Port Jefferson.
Yet.
What do you mean yet?
'Cause you don't regulate it.
So you regulate it.
So that's a good point for the public
I
hearing.
know, right, for public hearing,
Yeah.
I get that.
Make your case,
Yeah.
but we're getting there, we're getting to that
But I-
point.
So are you hopefully bringing this back to the next work session next month for more comment?
Having the
or-
work session right now and the discussion for me to begin drafting.
And you're,
And it'll be a continued effort to whatever is drafted is complete and ready for vote, whenever that may be.
but the draft will come to a work session and then?
Of course.
And then set up for a public hearing?
Yes.
Did you have something,
Yes.
Trustee
Is
Hill?
there a way to limit the short-term rentals to places other than zoning?
What do you
Because,
mean?
so for the example that you brought up, 108 East Broadway, that is a home that is right, it's 2, maybe 3
Two-family
structure,
home?
no, it's a one-family, sorry, it is a one-family home. I think there's maybe
The one with
2
the
other
doors.
homes between
Only
that
one
home
person
and
to speak.
East Main. I'm saying, my point is, it's right downtown. The issue of that being a short-term rental, I don't think it creates
Is
much
good
of
or
a-
bad?
It could, right, exactly.
I'm
don't-
asking you, is it good that it is or
I think
bad
the
that
point
it
that I'm
is?
bringing up is we don't know, because I would imagine that whoever rents it out for that weekend probably ends up at locals probably more than once. So it does drive, like, it is an economic engine for downtown, and I don't know if the neighbors are complaining about parties happening there or not. And I will also add, I put a bid on that house and lost it to an all-cash buyer so that they could turn it into an investment. So there's
Private
other
equity.
problems on that, like, it creates, is that, we're not.
These are policy questions.
Yeah.
That is why we're having this
So
discussion.
that's why I'm asking,
to
can
vet
we
it.
limit it? Because,
But you can't-
there's a
you
difference
can't-
between that house and neighborhoods
No,
up in.
that you can't do.
Okay.
The stupid Constitution. The Equal Protection Clause, if I own a residential house in a residential zone, I should not be treated differently. I have a right not to be treated differently because I have a more prosperous or better location than you.
But
You
isn't
might be
that-
able, you might be able to limit commercial district, in the commercial district as opposed to residential, but you can't treat similarly situated people differently.
Gotcha. I'm gonna find.
Thank you,
Thank
Barbara.
you.
Forward on that.
Thank you. I thought you knew how many,
I just know specific examples. I don't know how many.
Yeah.
You can
And that number's gonna increase and decrease,
every day.
Monthly.
Yeah, monthly, yeah.
so, I mean, it is what it is. And the biggest question is, besides competition to other locals who may have it, is it creating a problem that we could address under our police powers? That's basically where we're at. Do we need to regulate it? Because it's creating something. Now, we could regulate it and make it legal, and, for health and safety, we could always do that. But I'm not hearing that from anywhere. It's more like, how do we stop it, or can we ban it? Or can we say, make it, you can't rent under 2 weeks? The answer is yes, you can if you could support it. And we could find reasons to support it, I'm sure. But in this cursory discussions about these issues, that's where we need to start wrapping our head around, you know, what exactly do we want to do? And how do we want to regulate it? And then if we want to regulate it now. Or do we want to charge, now that we actually have a code enforcement that does actual code enforcement and should be responding to complaints of, you know, rentals and parties and these types of things, do we want to hold off on short-term rentals to see whether or not it is a problem? Do we get 70 complaints, or do we get 2 from the same person at the same house? That's when I talk about, you know, being able to support it empirically under our police powers. That makes sense.
Safety's got to be the primary.
Public safety is only the primary.
I just want to make sure that we're not solving a problem that doesn't exist, or at least that we know that we're solving a problem that does.
And just because something exists doesn't make it a problem.
Right.
Okay, right.
At least for that one, I will begin to work on it.
Next on our discussion agenda is a discussion regarding a definition of resident for our code.
These discussions have come up periodically. We have amenities here in the village, right? We have a parking amenity, we have a beach amenity, we have a golf course. It seems, and me and Stephen have been having these discussions for well over a year, that you're a resident at the golf course under this criteria, and you're a resident for a parking pass under this criteria. So if I'm a resident for a parking pass and you call me a resident, I don't necessarily meet the criteria to join the golf club. It should be, in my brain, again, going back to equal protection, either I'm a resident or I'm not. And we can't be determining residency based on ease of the employee handling the application. You know, I get that these parking permits, when they come in, are a hassle, because there's a ton of them, and you wanted to be able to just be like, show me this, show me that, show me this. But if I went to the golf course and, you know, showed them this and showed them that, they're going to be like, no, we need more, we need something else. So we've been having these discussions and altered our versions of how we do things sometimes. But we do have amenities that we offer to our residents, right? I believe you get discounted rates at the Village Center. I believe you certainly get free parking or parking privileges in certain areas, and you certainly have the ability to use or join the golf course as a discounted or a discounted rate. So the idea of codifying what is a resident and what you need to produce a resident is the first step in coming into the 20-whatever century we're in. Second, is it 21st? 21st century? I don't know.
We're in 2026.
Okay, 20th century, okay.
21st.
The idea being is you get a resident ID card, right? And that ID card's good for 2 years. You can get temporary ones if you're a renter without a good, and that is your proof that you're a resident. You go to the Village Center, here's my ID card. You go want to join the golf course, here's my ID card. Moving towards something like that, I think, makes sense for 100 reasons. And it takes some of the discretion away for some parties outside Village Hall. And that discretion should vest in the village clerk to her satisfaction. And when I drafted this very similar legislation for the village of Bellport, it could even be as simple that to the satisfaction of the village clerk, period. So one of the issues there was, who cares if you have a driver's license or a library card? I've been living next to you for 25 years and I'm the village clerk. You're a resident. That's okay. But there should be something, and it could be framed out, different ID card or a different color or, you know, different length for, you know, temporary residents, whether they're students, you know, whether they're renters. It seems to be we're getting more renters before we get more permanent residents moving forward. And how do we regulate that? and, you know, without causing a backlog of things. So you get deemed a resident, yeah, it'd be tricky to get off the ground or, you know, to the satisfaction of the village clerk, even if you delegate it to the golf course and say, hey, if they have this, they're a resident. If they don't have this, send them to the village clerk. And the village clerk handles it from there until, and if the board wants to invest in ID cards and that type of thing for your residents. But I frown against what I've witnessed, and what precipitated the discussion was same like people, residents of this village, being treated differently depending on which amenity they wanted to avail themselves of, which is problematic.
I totally agree on standardizing that definition across the board, because I've seen it with, you know, residents who are asking about parking permits and for cars they don't own, but it's, you know, their father's company or what have you. I mean, it's all over the board. But the thing that I want to avoid, again, is starting with a white sheet of paper, right? So isn't there a best practice? There must be.
I don't understand the question.
What are other municipalities
I
doing
drafted the
with this?
legislation for Belport.
Yeah, okay.
There's a standard that's in their code that says if you have, it references homeowners and what they need to provide, tenants, what they need to provide. They also, in their code, provide for commercial districts and their tax base, that if you own, you know, buildings in the downtown, and you pay those types of taxes, we should treat you as a resident even though you don't live here. They also had a provision for vacant buildable lots, but not slithers of lots that weren't buildable. If you could build as of right and you owned property, they gave you certain privileges. So we can get as granular as you want. We probably would have to develop something for students. I would think a lot of students probably live here. Doctors, those types of temporary residents. But the standard should be the same, and that was the issue.
Would it
If we
have to be-
codify it, you can't vary from it.
Would it have to be, that's what I was just going to ask, does it have to be codified, or could it just be a policy?
It is
I think
current.
you just
It is
answered-
currently a policy.
I think you just answered the question.
It is
so.
currently a policy.
It's
But
problematic.
parking's policy is different than the village center's policy, which is different than the golf course
And the beach.
and the beach. So I would recommend codifying it, and you know, it'll be one standard. And if you go to the village center and they're like, this isn't good enough, go see the village clerk, and then the village clerk will work with the individual from there to decide, or her designee, to decide what level of proof they would require. Instead of just somebody saying, oh, but if you bring me an electric bill, you're good. And then they show up with an electric bill, and they're, okay, great, and now I'm a golf course resident. Like, that type of thing. But again, this is an initial discussion, if you want to chew on it for a minute.
We need to pass it before April 1st.
Yeah.
Actually, well, we're getting into parking season right now, right? So,
We did pretty good last year with the,
The renter portal is open right now.
nobody knows, though.
They do now.
Oh, yeah, because everybody's watching, all the renters are watching this, that's for sure. We need to notify them. So we have about 3,100, between 3,100 and 3,200 actual resident permits issued, parking permits.
it's a lot.
And it's a lot. And we have their contact information, so we should actually, the clerk's office should send out a notification to anyone who is.
May I just expand on that, and it's like a portal situation where if our code says if you have this, this, and this, you're a resident, and they upload that into the portal, it's there.
Mhm. Right.
It's just there. There's no discussion. There's no arguing. There's no, your lease is expired. If it's expired, it's reject it. And then,
We're not there yet, though.
we're not there yet.
That's the problem.
But
So,
that's what-
so
we got to
here-
crawl before we walk.
Here's the current standing issue, is that renters who live in the downtown area can no longer park in the Arden lot because, or we had to extend the date of parking permit, because it was originally, all the parking expires on in our system expires on December 31st. So we had to extend the parking permit to the people who live, to everybody, like, we had to extend it to January 31st. I think we need to extend it to the day before we are going to start enforcing, because we don't want residents who are renting to get a ticket just because our system isn't caught up.
It's fair.
So, yeah.
It's fair.
Yeah, and we start enforcing parking, literally start enforcing parking in April. So, that said, I'd rather have everyone has to renew this year anyway, correct?
No,
How do they know?
because the owners were still set for 2 years. and
What if they
could-
applied last year, 2 years ago?
the-
Yes, everyone should be renewing, because how do we guess?
Well, we currently have 3,200 active owner
Right.
permits right now.
Not owners,
Yeah,
everyone.
Like the permit, yes.
Everyone,
permits.
renters,
No,
owners.
renters is another 500. We have 38, we had 3,800 active permits. 3,200 of which were.
So let's notify the renters. Did you notify the renters?
Yes, the emails
It went out?
Yes. Emails went out.
What did it
and
say?
It said the portal's open, you need to renew your permit.
And what do they need? Anyway, okay.
It had all the same.
I didn't know that.
Nothing's changed.
I didn't know that it went out to the renters. But, so they have to apply by January 31st?
That is the current.
Is that what
deadline
it
for
said
the
in the
active
email?
permits,
Okay, we just have to meet on that sooner rather than later. Because there's a lot of work to do for parking. One of the other things, since we're talking about it, we're talking about going back for resident permits to a sticker. Get away from the license plate reader, because that was a system that wasn't broke. Yeah, and now it kind of is. So, and we want to talk about, I'd like to know what this board thinks about extending the duration of the permit to between 3 and 5 years. Because most of the homeowners are not moving out of their house, and if they do move out of their house, they're going to Florida or Texas or Virginia. And so why go through the pain of having, your next door neighbor who's lived there for 40, like Laura Warren, have to apply for a permit every 2 years. It's like she's not going anywhere. And if she does, she's going to DC, so, I'm thinking hypothetically. So, I don't know what you guys think about that.
But yeah, I'm
But
with you. If
I
we
think
can
3 years is
reduce
reasonable.
Burden for residents and village hall staff.
Yeah,
Yes.
and it's never really been
Yeah.
clear, like, residents are always asking, is it 1 year, is it 2 year? No, it's 2 year.
When's
But
my
like,
2 year?
when's my 2 years
Oh.
up?
I
You know.
remember there was a woman, I was at her house for some reason, and she's like, oh, can you show me this? And we were trying to figure out how to get her permit. Lo and behold, she was already had her permit, and that's why we couldn't get a new one.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So it will help the staff and the administrative side of things, because there are 3,200 residents who are homeowners with permits. And that would significantly cut down the administrative time. And if they apply for it, if they're brand-new residents, will get, if it's 3 or 5 years, this is policy, right? The parking annual, how many years? It's not in our code.
No, you could determine your residency any way you want.
you
You don't need a code to do it either.
Can't we just do it for the parking specifically? Couldn't we just do it until there's a different car or license number?
If they buy a
And
new
if
car,
you-
they'd have to apply for a new permit.
They have
Yeah.
to do that anyway, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
It's registered to that.
Well, I'm saying just keep it until anything changes. Or I guess there wouldn't be a way to show that if
The
you move, your
code-
car could be the same
If
for
code is
a while.
enforcing, they still need to see
Gotcha.
the sticker, and they
Yeah.
need to see when the sticker expires and that kind of thing. I still
mind.
like the idea of establishing in the code,
I agree.
what constitutes a resident.
Takes the discretion away from everyone except the village clerk who should have it. Or her designee.
It also makes it easier.
You don't have
for
residents
code.
arguing with staff that I am
Right.
or I ain't. Either you have, listen, this is, now when you apply for it, you go to the golf course website to see how do I join, I'm a resident. This is what you need.
Yep.
And if you choose to register your cars in Virginia because it's cheaper,
Mhm.
boo-hoo on you. Figure it out.
I've been here for both the stickers and the,
You have to move away from
online
LPRs.
registration.
You have to move away from LPRs.
Not for visitors.
But the LPRs, it's, when you update your technology, you're gonna find probably, because we just lived through it in the town, we changed our technology, and now our LPRs can't be upfitted to meet the other technology. It just makes sense to move away from LPRs. They're problematic, and it causes, in my opinion, makes sense for the Suffolk County Police, who are trying to enforce
Sure.
1 million cars a day, as opposed to us trying to regulate a couple hundred parking spots. To me, there's no reason why you can't get out of your car and look at a sticker or check a plate, or a handheld scanner or something like
Yeah.
that.
Oh, versus having it on the
On the
vehicle
vehicle.
itself. Yeah, agreed.
The LPR
Agreed.
is a license plate reader.
You have to get out of the car
attached
anyway.
to the vehicle.
You have to get out of the car
We should move
anyway.
away from that. We should take them off the car, in my opinion.
It's just
And it takes-
eliminated all problem
And it
when you had a
takes,
sticker.
and then that
for
technology
code.
delays, because the systems talk to each other,
Yeah.
and, you know.
Yeah.
So you get that 15 minutes where someone paid, but
Yeah.
then it's that quick to drive through, you get 100 hits.
Yeah,
Then you just sit there in your car and print tickets.
agree.
Yeah, like we said, if you had a sticker, you could see right on the sticker, oh, it expires in April of '27. Okay, I need a new sticker. I'd have to go
It was
renew
just
my-
easy.
People
yeah.
will know
Yeah.
when.
And I think it's easier for code too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always in the same place on your review.
So I'll put it on my radar to draft something based on everything that I've heard.
For the residency or all of that, everything?
For the residency.
Yeah. And we'll
So
work
let's
on a
start there.
policy for,
Because if we get a bare bones, right, if we get an idea of like, okay, this is what it means to be a resident here, if we start there, right, then we could play with how often do you need to renew, we could explore the technology of possibly a resident ID card that has a expiration date on it, you know, staggered, so it's not everyone showing up at once. And like I said, now it's election night, I'm a resident. No, I'm not. Yes, I am. Where did you come from? I lived here. Let me see a driver's license. It says Manaville. Oh, but look, but I've been deemed a resident. Here's my ID card.
can we do that?
Absolutely.
The election official can do that?
Absolutely. You have to, if you're not recognized as a resident and it's questioned, and you have a resident ID card because of validly issued under our code, I mean, we're not gonna stand at the door and be, show your papers. That's not happening. But if it's questioned, if you're not on the rolls or you're
Yeah.
trying to vote, it happens every year.
Yeah, it does. It does. All right, so we'll work on policy with maybe the parking committee, you think? Like,
Could
we
I
could
make a
just, like-
suggestion?
Yeah.
I think we should decide what
Yes.
we want to do and present it to the
That's what
parking
we'll do.
committee, as opposed to tell us what you want, because that always leads to this, for no reason.
Agree.
Yeah, I like that idea, though.
So let me draft something, and we'll figure it out from there.
Yeah, so I'm just talking about how long the resident permit extends to, and that we're going to stickers versus license plate readers for residents, et cetera, that kind of thing. We'll work on that. Unless you want to work on that too.
It's not necessarily need to work on it, but I just wanted, make sure that, we're not picking and choosing from the salad bar. And we have now, they've decided certain things and recommendations that's not gonna jive with what we put forward.
We'll work together on it.
Work together.
Okay. Thank you.
For our last board discussion item this evening, we are reverting back to a conversation we had some time ago based on a report from our election task force, which stated that elected officials, or at least some elected officials, should have a 4-year term instead of 2.
Well, that's part of it, but
Well, what's bringing it up?
there's.
Like, why?
Yeah, there's a bigger part of it.
You know, Why has this bubbled up again?
The
What is
voting
the
machi-
question?
Voting machines.
So.
Can you update, you're all familiar with the fact that there are no voting, the county is
One
no
of,
longer providing.
one of the
voting
issues that was brought up is the non-availability or the cost prohibitive nature of using the, what's their name? The voting machine?
Dominion?
Dominion
Liberty-
voting machine.
Liberty now.
Well, Dominion, which is now Liberty.
Now
I
Liberty.
think it's Liberty.
And, almost, I believe, and certainly the clerk could weigh in, that, our upcoming elections may be paper.
This next one will almost certainly be paper.
And that's problematic and time-consuming.
And antiquated and difficult.
And the other thing I think that needs to be discussed, time is time, and we can count ballots till the dawn, until the sun comes up. Okay. But if there's one thing we've learned, at least I've learned sitting here, that as elected officials, as representing elected officials, who come in with an agenda or a want to make the village better, 2 years is not enough time. Period, end of story, in my opinion. And you'll find that most municipalities are moving towards 4-year terms for that very reason. But that's a policy discussion amongst yourselves. But it's also a great taxpayer expense to hold elections, significant taxpayer expense to hold elections.
Which, thank you, Attorney, which is one of the reasons why we are going to paper this year. It just so happens that we have 2 trustee spots open. It is better than it would have been last year when we had literally a full roster. We could not have an election, a regular election, not a special election. We could not have a regular election with more slots open, right? And so rough calculation on what the election would cost us this year, if it were not paper, would be about $12,000.
If I remember correctly, when we brought this topic up originally, that they weren't going to oversee the elections, didn't they say they were going to give us machines? We were going to get machines from them?
So they never oversee the election.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to make that perfectly
I
clear.
understand.
The county does not oversee the election. What they do for us is, what they have done for us is provide machines and one person from the county to be on site throughout the day in case of a malfunction, and to open and close those machines and run the sheets that come out of those machines, both in the morning and in the evening when you first open, and then when you close.
But did they say that if I remember correctly, maybe I'm incorrect about it, I thought you said we were going to get a couple machines from them.
So what happened was that they sent a letter saying that they were no longer providing the machines and gave us the opportunity to get the machines. The machines have to be stored in a certain way in a low humidity, temperature controlled area. Then they came back and said, okay, so evidently there was a lot of pushback. So then the board came back and said, okay, well, we could provide machines this year for elections, but not for June elections because of primaries. There's probably primaries at the same time.
Didn't they also suggest that certain times a year, like if our elections weren't in June, but were in...
Yes, the March elections would be easier.
There was another option, if memory serves, where we would have the opportunity to buy our own, buy 2 machines, but then we're tied to the vendor for software maintenance and an ongoing cost year over year that is really undefined. So
we wouldn't be
that was
buying the
taken off
machines, they would.
the table.
Yeah, they'll
That option
give
was,
us, quote unquote, the machines.
yeah.
However, you're absolutely right, trustee. However, what happens is now we have to contract for the software and again, for someone on site for the day. And again, we have the storage, the climate controlled storage.
So what is the county using? And what's the state, what's the Board of Elections using for its voting resource?
Their machines.
The same ones that they are using
They
now?
have machines, and they have climate-controlled storage, and there's hundreds, thousands of them in a giant building that are stored correctly.
What made them decide that they wouldn't be providing them to us anymore?
Can't answer that. But we do, or we get the obligatory letter that says we might be able to, we won't know till it gets closer, but then it leaves our village elections officials floundering on what ifs. And it'll be that time when we're not prepared that they say, oh, we thought we might get them, but we're not. But it seemed to be the last letter that we got, and certainly Clerk Pearl, correct me if I'm wrong, was a little more definitive. Like,
Than usual.
it's over, kind of. Figure it out.
And is it just because this is too much of a pain in the butt for Board of Elections?
I can't answer
Can't answer that.
It's
I don't-
probably an
sorry.
expense, too.
I refuse to answer that.
I'm sorry, we don't know. We were blindsided by a letter without explanation. So we, and it's not particular to us, of course.
I just feel like, and I think when we talked about this last time, we were going to check in with Scavoa and what, if they were going to have any engagement with the county.
Scavoa did.
And,
Hold on.
and for those listening at home, Scavoa is the,
Suffolk County Village Officials Association.
there you go.
And Clerk Pearl, while she's looking for that, do you have the final copy? I was going to bring a copy, but
Copy of,
of the output from that committee, the election committee?
no, not with me.
Okay, so but you have it somewhere?
Yes, I
Okay.
do.
I mean, the synopsis of that report, if I remember correctly, was 4-year terms except for the mayor. And from.
No.
No.
It was, no, we were on the,
Yeah.
we were on the commission.
We were on the committee.
What was it?
But it was maintain 2-year term lengths for everyone, no term limits for trustees, consider term limits for the mayor's position up to 8 years. And I think there was some language possibly, like if you do term limits, you could possibly pair that with an extension of the term length, but
They generally roll together if you don't have term
yeah.
limits.
And then the other recommendation was to leave the June election. However, at the time, problem didn't exist yet, so that
Right.
that could have possibly changed where we went. And I think there was a fourth one. Oh, and I think the overarching recommendation was like any changes to the election should be approved by a referendum.
Yeah.
So if you change the term length,
Yeah,
everyone,
yeah,
the
you
village
do
has
that
to,
anyway.
the villagers have to vote on that.
The villagers.
The village.
The town.
So, can I read this?
Please.
This is from, so Scavoa and Navoa, Nassau and Suffolk County Village Officials Associations met with the Board of Elections. Representatives from the Village of Brightwaters, Lindenhurst, Patchogue, and Southampton met with officials from the Suffolk County Board of Elections. We requested this meeting to discuss the future availability of election machines and the level of support the BOE would provide for upcoming elections. This was a letter that they sent out to us on December 2nd. As a reminder, the Board of Elections is spending over $30 million to purchase new voting machines and is planning to offer the older machines to villages, school districts, and fire departments for use in their local elections. While the meeting was cordial and informative, it was clear that their plans were already well underway. Although I believe we were deliberately left out of earlier discussions before decisions were made, we now need to focus on how to move forward. Summary of key points: only 7 out of 32 villages have requested machines so far. We requested machines, but then we found out how much it was going to cost and the onerous nature of taking responsibility for these machines. And year one, we didn't have to make that decision, right? Because it's such a simple election, paper ballots. I think the discussion was that, now you're the election official, I can't be talking for you, but I think you told me that paper ballots would be less, it would, your words, and whatever your words were. I strongly recommend that the larger villages submit requests as soon as possible. Did we not request machines initially
We did.
with the school district?
We, we did in conjunction with the school district so that the transportation, because that's another cost, so that the transportation could be shared with the school district
Transportation?
of the machines.
Getting them into the village?
Yes.
We just picked up 900 poles. Well, we'll probably figure it out.
Matt has the contact at the, so no, but.
Just go-
We only gotta get them here once,
Just
right?
going back in history, one time we did pick up our own machines and
Yeah.
they fell
But
off
once
the
we
truck
pick
and we
them-
had to pay for them.
But once
so.
we pick these up, they're ours.
Or did they fall off the truck and we picked them up and then we took them?
But once we pick them up now, they don't go back.
Right.
So we
And
need storage
maybe-
No, it
facilities
will.
too,
We-
for it.
No, they would be ours.
It would be ours.
Oh,
They're
oh,
hours,
okay,
Yeah,
to,
hours for
okay.
that
We
for
would get them.
particular
Right.
situation, right? If you do request machines, you must take possession of them in January, as the BOE needs elections, needs the storage space for the new equipment. Board of Elections will continue to support the March 2026 elections, to your point, with programming and technical assistance. However, after March, villages will be responsible for their own technology support and ballot printing. Ballot printing as well. So we do that anyway, right?
We go through a company called Fort Orange Press. So we are
yes.
responsible.
Yeah.
And that's a major expense too, because the election official has to order how many?
The election official by rights should order for the number of residents plus 10% for spoilage.
And they always end up sitting here
Yeah,
in
and you got
abundance
Thousands of
That's a
ballots,
waste.
unused ballots.
that we can never get rid of?
Right.
That's
Well,
a-
you have to keep it
7
for,
years?
yeah.
I think it's more than that, actually. I must say that at the last election, we did not order that amount
Yeah.
because it doesn't make any sense. So we would be ordering
That's a state rule.
9,000.
Yeah.
It's a recommendation. Yeah, it's a best practice.
9,000.
9,000.
For,
that's-
for
For at
less
most
than 2,000,
2,000.
yeah.
and dogs, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because many school districts are also taking machines, the Board of Elections recommended that the villages coordinate with one another regarding technical support and machine maintenance. Some school districts have accepted the older machines, many have not. Please keep in mind that these machines are being replaced due to existing issues, so it is difficult to anticipate what the maintenance costs may arise in the future. Additionally, all ballot printing costs will fall on each village, which it did anyway.
Which they
In
always
my
have.
Which they do
opinion,
anyway.
this
Yeah.
process was not handled in the best interest of Suffolk County residents, but it is the reality that we as mayors must address moving forward. Sincerely, John Maldini, Village of Brightwaters, and Scavoa, President.
Is there a way to split this with the school district? I mean, they're using them, they have the same need, right? Could we partner with them
Yes,
and
but
sort of break the cost down?
Going forward,
That way?
I think it's a good idea.
I mean, if I heard what you said, we have 15 days to figure it out. And my brother works at the Board of Elections, and those machines are moving.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, do we want those machines, or do we want to go to the paper ballots this year and then make a more informed and funded decision next year?
And that decision's gonna be predicated on machines that don't exist anymore? Because they've been accessed?
Well,
I'm just
No,
saying.
it would
No,
be
no,
a
I'm
different
answering
economic
you.
Be a
situation.
different economic situation for sure.
Right.
they sell machines
Yeah, of
somewhere,
course.
you know, and if the fire district, I don't think they use machines, they get like 200 voters. I think they use paper, they do use paper. So between us and we're meeting with the school district soon, right?
I believe so, but I would think it would make sense, since we do have 15 days, why don't we reach out to the school district, you know, this week or
They
next
might have
week
already
early?
they might have already grabbed them, and their election's in May.
Right.
So maybe we
So-
can work something out with them, but okay,
I'm communicating with Charlene there.
okay.
So
If they did, we could look for an intermunicipal agreement.
Have they
and use
purchased
their
them yet, or do you
machines.
know, Sylvia?
Or any other school district.
I
right?
believe,
Yeah.
I believe that they're picking them up.
Great
Yeah.
Village.
Yeah.
They're
Swag,
picking them up
yeah.
shortly if
Yeah.
they haven't already.
They are,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, it seems easier to work with Port Jeff, but
Right.
we could
But if
do
they didn't get them.
any,
I think I just heard they did.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Never mind.
Wait, you did?
I believe that they've picked them up or they're in the process of.
Port Jefferson School District.
Yes. Yes.
They get less voters than we do.
That's all storage. So if they're probably going to hold on to them.
They could probably store
So we
'em.
should really continue to
probably store 'em
facilitate
in
that.
Spring Street
Yeah,
or
see if
something.
we can
Someplace,
piggyback.
Store 'em somewhere, so.
Yeah, they've got that whole building where BOCES is. Okay, so moving forward, but. that-
Certainly mitigating costs.
Maybe. We have to do it anyway. The village has to have an election procedure,
Yeah.
so.
So does that,
What else, election official?
The discussion was about expansion.
About term limits.
Yeah.
yes, so my immediate question, or first step would be, can we get the final on that report out? You know, when I saw the draft of this meeting, I started looking for that document, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't bring the wrong version, right? So the official version, to
Sylvia?
me, is the one that you
If-
have.
if-
I think I have the
I got it.
version, because Bob had it, and I had Stephen make a copy, so I think we actually have it, if you want to make some copies, and you can get them right now.
Yes.
Okay, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, we
Or-
can.
Should
However
live
you
on the
wanna do it.
website, right? It was on the website at one point.
It was. Is that the
Yeah.
February 27th version? Is it dated?
That's the problem, it's not dated.
2024?
Let me check the end.
So this would be a referendum, that would be on a ballot, right?
Yes.
If, let's say, this board says, let's do it, and it's on the ballot, what's our deadline? We're dealing in deadlines now and being able to get something on a ballot.
You're
Right?
close,
Yeah.
real close. You still have time, but you're real close. It can't linger into March, I can tell you that for sure.
It's a certain number of days, right?
I don't know off the top of my head.
In
That's why I don't
advance
wanna
of
say a number.
the petitions or something like that. I don't know.
It's gotta be ahead of the petitions, yeah.
But with that, should we first figure out if the school district got the machines, and if we can put an agreement together, let me finish, Dave. If we can put an agreement together with the school district, then this is kind of like a moot point, because now we have the machines, and we can continue forward like
One
we are.
aspect of this
Yeah.
is a moot
This,
point.
we're
Well,
talking about
then-
the referendum to vote, if this board decides to extend terms. Either,
I just have a
That I
whether
question.
there's a
understood.
machine or not.
No, that I understood,
We-
but the
we
the
have-
impetus was that we didn't have the machines.
The
But if-
inciting incident
we
was
had
the
that-
machines,
They were
right? So
impeti- they were
in
impeti.
the absence of a machine issue, is there still something that is inciting looking at a change in the terms? Like, what's the driver then?
My opinion, and that's all it is, an opinion, is 2 years isn't enough time to get anything done. But that's why most municipalities are moving away from 2-year terms to 4-year terms. Things become more political than governmental oriented when you have such a short term. And posturing begins a lot earlier, and government seems to suffer for it. That's just Dave's opinion, not legal in any way, shape, or form, but you asked, so that's my answer.
What do they have a bill for?
They just on this last election went to 4-year terms. And I wasn't there.
Greenport is 4 years, Southampton, Patchogue.
Town of Brookhaven just did it. Last 2 year. This is the supervisor's first 4-year term, so it had to be recent.
Amityville is 4. Very few that are now 2. And
Is that going to be an issue for us? I mean, I think in some smaller communities, I've heard that part of why they were doing 2-year terms is it was easier to get commitment from people. It's not a 4-year commitment, it's a 2-year commitment, and that makes it a little more
Yeah, I think
manageable.
that's an important, well, one, I just disagree with you, Attorney Moran, on that policy point. I think 2-year terms holds folks accountable, and, I would probably, this is a personal note, but I think if it was a 4-year term, I probably would not have run 2 years ago, because I just couldn't tell you what 4 years from now would look like. And if you want young people to be more involved in government, you know, you can delay having a kid for 2 years or something like that, but 4 years you just don't. I think those are important things for folks to consider. And we're in a small village. I think you can get things done in 2 years. I hope I certainly have. But I would just be uncomfortable moving to 4, especially for the trustee positions.
One village put it up on up for a vote, and the residents voted it down recently. Mm-hmm. I like the idea of letting the people decide. I know personally, like, you know, personally, you wouldn't have run. Personally, I don't know what I would have done. And I think it's a good, because a lot of people in the village have come to me and said, 2 years is not enough. And it's not, I don't generate that conversation, but it tells me that they might have an opinion about it, and maybe we should give them a chance to weigh in. It's not us deciding on it,
Yeah.
but it would be us deciding on what the referendum reads like, right? So I say let the people decide.
This happened, I think, if I'm correct, with the past administration. I think they voted to go to 4-year terms.
In a work session.
Yeah.
That wasn't on the agenda.
Right.
And-
No discussion.
Last 5
It was
minutes.
just voted on
Yep.
as going to happen.
Understood. And
in the
then
work
I
session.
believe that's when it was, I guess, this committee, maybe, that's when that committee was formed.
Yeah.
And
And
I think.
go ahead,
I'm with
sorry.
you, Lauren. And I think that, because I read something, and I agree, that a referendum, absolutely, if we're going to consider this at all, should be the standard. But the committee, that was in charge of this, basically said, leave it as it is, and maybe just put a little bit of term limits on. But, to me, I agree with what Kyle said. 4 years is a long commitment, and I don't know how many, we might lose good people. I think 2 years, people are, can grapple that, and then if they make a decision that they really enjoy it, they can stay another 2 years. But I think we shouldn't really disregard what the group came up with, the decision.
Anytime you're going to take advisory positions, because we have a lot of advisory commissions, don't be the hurt their feelings and be the weigher of your decision. They worked hard and put forth a good proposal. But again, they don't sit here. I reviewed them with a legal context from representing smaller municipalities, and the idea of treating the mayor different, when you read village law and see how the powers break down, makes no sense. Legally. So they do recommend certain things from a non-professional, experienced view, and that's why you have advisory opinions, to get that feeling. But if your decision-making process is, they worked hard on this, so we should do it, then you get,
No.
we have 100.
I don't think that's what I
let's
said. And Dave,
remember-
I think
hang on.
everybody knows that I'm
Let-
not afraid to hurt anybody's
And
feelings.
I get
So
it.
I think we
remember-
all know that.
Let's
understood.
remember why, okay? Let's go back to the why, all right? Or this document was meant, and this I remember quite clearly, it was meant to be a guide in a situation where there was discussion that warranted looking at term durations and term limits. And it was meant as a discussion document to be pulled out and inform the conversation, like now, right? But again, I'm going back to, is the election machine the inciting incident? Or what is the incident, the inciting incident that is causing us to evaluate that at this time?
It's just part of, if I may, it's just part of a larger overall conversation regarding the machines, regarding our process, regarding how we move forward as a village as a whole.
Okay.
Finances.
Yeah,
Yeah,
finances,
of course.
yeah.
It costs, how much does it cost to run the election every year? Every year we have an election.
Budget, what, 10, 11?
It takes up staff time, it takes people away from,
It's gone up every year. Last year was a little over 11.
And so this year, we're starting at 11, right? Without doing anything else. Without ballots, without legal, without everything else that we need, without paying our inspectors. And listen, it's not as if we pay them handsomely. Our residents do, our residents and inspectors that are not residents do a phenomenal job for a very long day.
I'm not sure that should be the driver, though.
Agreed, yeah.
No.
I don't think $11,000 on
No.
healthy
It's-
democracy is
If
a
you were
good
telling me it
investment.
was going to be $250,000 because we were getting the machines, blah, 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 that would be an entirely different standpoint from which to have this conversation.
And I don't know if that's the I mean, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I don't know if that's the driver, but I think it's just the machines on top of the costs on top of, it's just one thing after another. Maybe, let's look at it. I mean,
Listen, okay, so let's look at this from the other side. Maybe not having the machines and having to look at process is a reason for having the conversation, but I would still want there to be some rationale that the board agrees on that necessitates a change that would also obviously have to go to the residents for referendum.
So,
Another way to make it cheaper would be to have the whole place up on the same election. If we're looking at money, like you would have every seat up.
Could you do that?
On the same
Like
day.
New York
I don't
State's
think you
doing
can
it?
do
I
that.
don't think you're allowed to do
Yeah.
that. And that would cause chaos. You need continuity in government. Chaos. It would cause literal chaos. Because it's a possibility you can get 5 people sitting in a chair that have
right.
never done government before. And,
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that could happen that could happen in a lot of places.
okay, I don't work in a lot of places. But I would frown upon that.
Yeah,
And I don't know if you're-
overlap
and
is
quite
good
honestly, I
hygiene.
don't think you're allowed to. I think you need to have some type of stagger.
It is good hygiene to make it staggered. For that reason. Dave.
You do realize if we put it on the referendum, then that's another vote you have to count in June.
By hand.
By hand, yeah.
Listen, it's not about that, right?
Right,
It's
right.
about
Yes.
whether this sitting entity wants to move towards 4-year terms or not. Who cares the impetus? It's on the agenda. However it got there, it got there. I didn't put it there. And we've had some healthy discussion. The mayor had said that some residents have approached her. Trustee Hill and Trustee Franco made their opinion known.
there's one more point of information is when that all happened in 2023. And it was prolific on Facebook, on social media. A lot of the comments, and I'm not saying it was thousands, obviously, but were, I wouldn't mind having an option. I just don't like the way it was done.
Right.
So, you know, I mean, I don't know what it can hurt to, can you put more than one referendum on? Like, you want to see mayor with 3 years and 2-term limit? Or, can you just, it has to
Now
be
you're
just one
complicating.
referendum?
That might be too confusing for the
It's not a
public.
multiple choice question. This board needs to have a consensus on what to put on a referendum.
Yeah.
A yes or a no, or which is otherwise just compounding an issue that really doesn't need compounding.
And
Yeah.
some of the references in this document, looks like the National League of Cities reports that in a 2006 survey, not timely, but 2006, 20 years ago, the most common mayoral term length is for 4 years. Is that cities or is that villages? Was there a differentiation on that?
That was the best we could, that was the only place we could find.
Yeah, I would go to Skavoa and Nassau and Suffolk, and also Westchester and some of the other counties around us. So I think if this is something that the election official is very interested in, and there's some rationale for it. I don't know if it's is it the election official or is it this Board of Trustees that makes the recommendation or,
I would submit this is a significant change in policy that should come from the policymakers.
Yeah, we would have to reach consensus.
So, this research was done, but you didn't reach out, no, the body didn't reach out to any of the villages in Nassau or Suffolk to see what their, there were some four-term.
phone
There's like a
calls.
chart.
There were
Yeah, there's a chart
four-term,
there.
four-term villages in there, four-year term
Yeah.
villages in there, but
I think what we did was we listed all the known four-year term villages.
you could probably drill that
And
down
then
a little
everyone
bit more.
else who's not
When was that
listed was fewer.
That document?
Okay. Early 2024,
First half, yeah. Sometime.
but
Because the Bellport just did it this year, I think.
Yeah. And I know that some phone calls were made directly to some of those villages to ask them why. I'll check with Kathleen, who I believe made some of those
look,
calls.
if there, I don't know what everybody, if there's, do you want to think about it and come back next, what's the deadline for
Yeah, what's
getting
the
something
deadline
on a
for-
ballot?
You guys continue, I'll find out before. I'll let you know.
Okay, it's in the NICOM, it'll be, yeah.
I think so.
So we'll put this discussion aside, talk to our neighbors and friends, see what neighbors and friends think, talk to our enemies, see what they think, and then we'll have a real good idea.
But-
Okay, that's our last board discussion, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, on monthly reports, I'd like to start with Sylvia Yu, the clerk.
Thank you. Two announcements. The first is that on this coming Monday, the 19th of January, the village offices will be closed in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And we have an upcoming event village-wide, which is our Ice Festival. It is going to be held on the 31st of this month through the 1st of February, and the rain dates are the 14th and 15th of February. The annual tax lien sale was previously scheduled for the 10th of March, and the clerk's office has worked in conjunction with Kelly Riley and our treasurer's office because we have legal requirements for notification. We must notice that tax sale for 3 weeks prior in the newspaper. So we've gone backwards from that date and created a system so that we have the information that we need from the treasurer's office in order to notice properly. Two items not on my report are regarding an upgrade to our village-wide phone system, and we are working very closely with Verizon. I received an offer agreement from Verizon today per.
You got through to them today?
Actually, yes, but it was email.
Did that have anything to do with the visitor who was here today?
Yeah, maybe. Pursuant to a phone conversation, that the offer agreement is part of a larger agreement we already have in place with Verizon. I have those two right now in email. I will review those with Attorney Moran. I expect that those will be on the agenda to be voted on at our meeting on the 28th, at the end of this month. And that will bring our communications into this 21st century and help our residents, help our employees, help everyone communicate better, faster, easier, and we hope even at a reduced cost.
Are we talking just software, not hardware?
We are talking phones that are not on the table. They are similar, more similar to mobile phones, so we can literally walk around with our extensions. and the system will work so that we can transfer calls from buildings. And it will be more of a digital / cloud-based system. And we have high hopes and great expectations.
What's the timing on it, did you say?
The timing is for a vote at the end of this month, and thereafter, assuming that works well, we should be up and running within a month, if not sooner. Teresa Scoggin has been invaluable in helping us work through this arduous process. So I just wanted to give her a little bit of a shout out. Continuing the records management project, met with Elizabeth Kidney for a revisit of all the court documents. So we now have a complete and clarified listing of court documents that she then needs to send to the Division of Justice, and they need to confirm that those documents can in fact be destroyed. We expect that happens sooner rather than later. They have been very responsive in the past with similar requests. So once that happens, we will then reach out to the company used by the town of Brookhaven to come to our maintenance facility and shred what can be shredded, and then we can move other records and have them better stored. Okay, so that process is continuing. I did not want this board to think that was being stalled. With that, we also have various resolutions to be voted on this evening, owing to the fact that they are of a time-sensitive nature. There are 6 of them. And with your permission, I'd like to start with resolution number 11426, resolution approving the dedication of the Recreation Office in the Village Center to Ron Carlson to commemorate 50 years of employment with the Village of Port Jefferson. May I have a motion?
Motion.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Discussion? So we didn't do this at the last meeting because Mr. Carlson wasn't aware of it, so we wanted to kind of keep it on the DL. So when he was informed, he was like visibly moved, and rightly, you know, he deserves this recognition. I don't know if anybody could work for a village for 50 years into his 51st, and with joy. Like he loves his job, and he's had a major impact on this village over that time, starting a lot of the initiatives that have been going on that we see here today. He oversaw, as the Director of Parks and Recreation, the building of the Village Center, the purchase of the country club. He was hired by Sandra Swank, actually, in 1975, and worked for so many mayors, all the mayors, actually. So, except for Kip Lee. That was the only one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, anyway, I just wanted to talk about that, and also to say, we can vote on it, but I also want to say where the recognition is happening and how. So, all in favor?
I'd just like to add one thing. I've known Ron since I've moved there. He is a really great guy, and he's a dedicated person to this village. He loves, this community. So yes. So I'm a hard yes on that one.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Great. Everybody else?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. And just one more note here is we're recognizing him on Thursday, January 22nd, 5:30 at the Village Center. You all should have received the invite that we've sent out a couple times, but no, you wouldn't have received it, actually. I lied. We're holding it in conjunction with the Founding Families of Port Jefferson event, which is the same night, January 22nd. It's called the Solo Effect. And we talked about that, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we spoke about, Renee Lemmerman had a lot to do with how we are recognizing Ron. She's the one who suggested that the office be dedicated in his name, and some of the other things that are happening that I won't talk about here. But Ron and Naomi Solo worked like very, very closely together. When Naomi Solo was she was like the sort of community relations, ad hoc community relations person, starting a lot of different events. And she was her and her husband Dick were founding members of the Conservancy Board. They started the Conservancy. Anyway, Ron and Naomi were super close, and he was, as he is with everybody, but when I told him that we'd like to do his dedication at 5:30 on the same night as the Solo Effect event, again, that really touched his heart, and he was super pleased. Just sent me all these pictures of him and Naomi together, whatever. But anyway, it'll be a really, it's an exhibit. It's a photo exhibit. It's the opening night, and that's the event, the function that's hosted by the Conservancy that night. The Conservancy is also supporting the material that we pulled together to honor Ron. So it's going to be great stuff. So I hope you can all make it. Give you all an opportunity to speak if you'd like, and say a few words. And other elected officials will be there, by the way. Assemblywoman Cassay has RSVP'd. We're inviting a lot of the other elected officials as well. Okay, sorry to interrupt your resolution agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. Resolution number 2-11426, resolution appointing John Rouse to the Public Safety Advisory Council for a term to expire on June 30th, 2028. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I just want to talk a little bit about Judge Rouse, but he's a neighbor of mine down the street, but he's also one of the issues we on public safety before getting it going didn't realize how much traffic issues or just traffic concerns, street concerns in general there would be. So since we formed the council, a missing perspective we've had is folks with traffic experience. And Judge Rouse is a former Brookhaven highway superintendent. So we're lucky to have his perspective join the council if it passes.
If it passes.
And
It's open to anyone, so.
And former assistant district attorney.
And a former assistant.
And
assistant
current
attorney.
prosecutor for the
Yes.
town of Brookhaven.
Yeah.
Does he have to pass an ethics, does he have to ask? Yeah. Let's
It's
vote on it
advisory,
anyway.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 3-11426, resolution reappointing Brenda Batter to the Public Safety Advisory Council for a term to expire on June 30th, 2028. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I also wanted to say about Brenda, she will always introduce herself as just a mom, and I hate it when she does that because she is so much more than that. She's like just a great neighbor and resident, and she's super involved, and she really has her pulse on what's going on in the school and concerns with the parents. So it's extremely helpful to the council, and I'm very pleased that she's decided to continue to serve on the council. So thank you.
Maybe she can just take the word "just" out of that
I
sentence,
know,
right?
yeah.
I mean, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution number 4-11426, resolution authorizing the solicitation of a request for proposals for the establishment and operation of a summer camp at the Village Center for the 2026 season. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Just a comment on this. Do you have anything to say that you'd like to
Go ahead,
report on?
go ahead.
Okay. So this is, the Village Center staff has traditionally run the summer camp with all their time and it just takes so much time. The village has to go through all the Department of Health scrutiny and approvals and whatnot. We've been talking about how it will require background checks on all the people who work in the summer camp, and if they're village employees, not to mention that it also takes up a lot of time in the village HR / employee payroll department, because all these people have to be established as part-time employees. and it has to go through the New York State pension system, all this administrative activity. And so this year Renee Lemmerman said, can we do an RFP to look for an external organization to run the camp, which takes a lot of those responsibilities away because camp hires, camp runs through all the paperwork, is certified. So I thought it was a good idea. So she's working with the clerk on putting together the RFP. Have you completed that process yet?
We have completed the RFP. I am now in review of it. I have already created the legal notice in anticipation. The legal notice will be sent to the newspaper, be published in next week's paper. And we are working on a date going backwards from our February meeting, which I believe is the 25th, because if we push out receipt and review of RFPs further than that, it won't make sense for the season. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, working with Renee Lemmerman on a Plan B in the unfortunate event that we don't receive RFPs or non-qualified RFPs for better staffing more qualified staffing. And we have tried this before, but we're trying to come up with a system where we can find 1 or 2 dedicated people to run the camp and to be more active in helping her. To the mayor's point, last year we had 21 part-time counselors. So while that's a tremendous number, that creates a big payroll issue. And also, again, to your point, Mayor, the amount of time that's taken in human resources for applications, for processing of that, for working with the treasurer's office to get these people paid for an 8-week period is exhausting. So we would prefer that the RFP goes well, and we are attempting to word it accordingly. Already reached out to our insurance company to find out special requirements that would be necessary for someone to take that over. Once we have those, they'll be incorporated into the final draft RFP document to then be reviewed by Attorney Moran, and all that needs to happen by next Thursday.
Sylvia, may I ask a question? That you said 21 part-time counselors?
I did.
Okay. Were they typically village residents? Were they kids in the village, or where?
First.
Renee is very, very
She
serious about
hires residents first.
Yeah, so are we going to, if we put this RFP out, are we going to recommend to whoever takes this that we address, our residents as employees first? Because I think if we do this, we're kind of cutting out the kids that have been doing this for years, so maybe that's
100%.
something we
We've
should
discussed
address.
that. Yeah, we've discussed that already. We would like to make that recommendation. One of the things that Renee and I talked about is once the RFP is in final draft form, if the attorney approves that we can word it that way, then we certainly will.
Fair enough, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I spoke to Renee about this, and it's a tremendous burden on her to run the camp every year. Just organizing it before and then during the camp season. So if we can offload that would free her up for
Her
a
job.
multitude of other
Her
things
job.
that she can do,
Yeah.
right?
I do want to acknowledge, though, the incredible work that she's done
She's
on
done a
that over the
fantastic
last,
job at
in the
it,
last,
yeah.
10 years, the evolution of what it was to what it was
And how it's
last
grown,
year
yep.
is really quite remarkable. So it's no surprise to me that they're now looking at their staff and going, how do we keep doing this, so.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Resolution number 5, 11426, resolution approving the attached 2-year agreement submitted by Nexus Unlimited, Inc. in the estimated monthly amount of $806.50 per month for the provision of live streaming services related to the monthly planning board and zoning board meetings. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
May I, Mayor?
Please.
Thank you. Nexus Unlimited is with us this evening and has been with us We have been in the position with the Planning and Zoning Board meetings that those meetings have become much more dynamic, and we need to have proper audio, proper video, and to have our vendors commit to the time required for those meetings at the time that they happen. So that having been said, I negotiated with Jeff Norman of Nexus, and the reason that this, I'd like to call to your attention, the reason that this is worded estimated monthly is because you'll find in the attached agreement that it's for 7 hours per month. So you'll also see, in conjunction with this, on our meeting on the 28th, a re-up, if you will, of our agreement with Nexus for the Board of Trustees meetings, and similar language will be included, except that that's a 10-hour commitment, and then over is a certain hourly.
Building and planning meet once a month. Planning board and zoning board typically meet once a month. And, yeah, anyway, that's.
And this start, yes, thank you, Mayor, and this start will be for this month, for the meetings that are happening at the end of the month, assuming that this resolution is approved at this moment.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Yes.
Yeah, I motioned.
Yes.
And
Yep.
Yep.
And Sylvia said, may I?
That is true.
Thank you. Resolution number 6, 11426, resolution authorizing the attendance of Mayor Shepro, Trustee Ugrinsky, and Clerk Perillo at the NICOM Winter Legislative Meeting in Albany, New York, from February 1st, 2026 through February 3rd, 2026, at a conference fee of $375 with all lodging, mileage, and travel expenses to be reimbursed per the official Village of Port Jefferson travel policy. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Just comment, this looks like a really great conference, and I would encourage every single trustee sitting at this table to go.
Yeah, I've gone in the past, and unfortunately, I can't go this.
yeah, you and
this
I
one.
went
Yeah,
last year.
and it's a great conference.
There's
It
another
really is.
conference in May, though, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
So the May conference happens like in like the second week of May, and it takes place over a couple of business days. This one starts on
Sunday.
Usually
Sunday,
On a Sunday. Yeah.
and then Monday, and then Tuesday is like
Tuesdays
a giveaway
Half a
day,
day.
almost
Yeah.
like, yeah. So just I think the clerk sent the notification to everybody. I don't know, Trustee Franco, if you have time and would like to go to that, I think I would highly encourage it.
Yeah.
I'll check my schedule because I'll just be going back to work from my knee surgery. So, but I think I'll be able to squeeze it in if it's only Sunday and a Monday.
Yeah.
All right, I'll reach out to you.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
Trustee Hill, of course.
I will check my schedule as well.
No
And then
quorums, no
we need
quorums.
that hotel form this time.
W2, 468. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. But that is actually the beginning of February, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
So next meeting, we can still approve it, right?
Yeah, but at our organization meeting, isn't it?
It says
Kind
the
of.
funding is
It
there.
It says, yeah.
It says it there, but it doesn't, we typically go through the approval process.
For each one.
I asked you that. You had an answer for me.
Yeah.
With regard to the planning meeting that, remember I said, do we have to put this on an agenda for approval, and you said yes. I think, if I remember right.
I mean, the organizational meeting?
The organizational meeting identifies that trustees and planning and staff can go to meetings.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
But do we have to, you understand the question, right?
I do understand the question. The answer is that because we're encumbering money here, it's a best practice.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, Mayor, you're correct. At our meeting, excuse me, at our meeting in July, we said that staff and the electeds could go to these conferences. So the answer is yes. Thank you. The following on my agenda, we have some proposed resolutions for our February meeting. Some of those are public hearings which will not be taking place. They were placeholders. We'll see them more in March or April, with the exception of 2 that are there. And we also have some resolutions already, starting a little early for election resolutions. And Trustee Hill, we have also a resignation of Aaron Gerns from the Public Safety Advisory Council.
That we just never,
It happened a while ago, and then we just never actually did it on paper, or officially accepted the.
accept the
yeah.
resignation.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. That concludes my report unless there are questions. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Treasurer Gafka. Oh,
Good
wait, one more thing. Okay, sorry. Do you want to just mention the lunch and learn that we're going to be doing?
The clerks and treasurer's office are working on a date, which I think right now will be early to mid-February. And we're calling a program that we're having for department heads and possibly other staff. We're calling it a lunch and learn. It's a refresher for some, and it's training for others who may be new to us or new to the subject matters that we're discussing, such things as, again, procurement, civil service. So we're trying to help the department heads be more autonomous with their choices in terms of both finance and some HR. So we're creating an agenda for that and a date as we speak. And it's going to be, it's a very exciting opportunity, I think, for everyone, and it's another opportunity for any of the trustees that come to our department head meetings. It's another opportunity for great interactions that we've been having. So thank you, Mayor, for reminding me.
Good evening. We go over just a couple of highlights that are not on my report. Number one, the draft. I'm expecting draft financials as soon as possible. I had a conversation with the auditors today on another reconciling item. It's been a very complicated process for this audit because of the conversion of the Country Club Fund from a governmental fund to an enterprise fund for the reporting purposes. And also we have a federal single audit this year because we received more than $750,000 in federal funds during that fiscal year of 2025. So I was promised that by the end of this week we would have draft financials. I had a conversation today. I expect that to be fulfilled. The next step from that would be a review with the Budget and Finance Committee. And then from there, final financials that would go out to the mayor and the board. So I will continue to keep everybody updated as we go along with that process. After the Budget and Finance Committee reviews the financials, then the auditors would be asked to present to the full board once everybody's had a chance to look at it. I will be having an add-on resolution for the agenda meeting, not for tonight, Clerk Perilla, for the agenda meeting. Our recreation supervisor, Renee Lemmerman, wants to purchase a swim platform. It's going to cost around $6,100. It's something for the beaches. But she needs money to be transferred from one line to another to precipitate the purchase. So I'll be presenting that at the end of the month for approval so that she can move ahead with the purchase of that swim platform. And she did receive the requisite quotations needed to get that done.
Is a swim platform where it's like anchored but floating?
Yes.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
And that'll be fun. All right.
It's going to be professionally installed.
Yeah, the beach program's really.
Yeah, she's really excited about it, so it sounds like a really great thing. Right now, staff is working on all of our end-of-the-year payroll for the calendar year, so our W-2s, the 1099s. I believe the village accountant finished going through the reports on the W-2s to make sure everything tied out. So be on the lookout. They should be coming very near future. 1099s are, of course, are for the vendors that we pay through AP that need a 1099. So that's like your lawyers or individuals that have the businesses. Those types of people get 1099. So those will also be going out. I want to highlight a positive update that's on my report towards the property tax collection update. One of the pilot properties, and we've talked about the pilot properties in the past, is actually not going to be a pilot property anymore. So Rail Realty, which is also known as the Hills, for the next budget cycle for fiscal 2027 will be fully taxable. The entire assessment will not be exempt anymore, and it will go on the tax roll. So that.
Where is that?
It's on the corner of Sheep Pasture Road and Main Street.
Okay.
Setback.
Thank you.
That's by Texaco, right?
You know, Linden, yeah, Texaco, Linden, back there. You never noted, like, everybody's like, where's that
I
one?
guess I just never knew that's what it was called.
Yeah.
Rail Realty is the name
Yeah.
of the company, the LLC, whatever
Yes.
it is.
Yep.
But the Hills is what, yeah.
So the positive thing about this is that it's going to add 73,000 of assessed value back into the total assessment, which helps offset any losses from the glide path and also helps the tax rate not exponentially increase. It adds money back in. So that's always helpful to help with the tax rate.
Thanks for telling us how helpful it is to get $73,000 back.
Yes.
Stephen, that's really good to know.
Not 73,000.
It's assessment. It's not dollars.
Right.
It would be nice if it was dollars.
It would be great.
Well, the dollars come, but it reduces what everybody else has to pay. So, so that's a benefit. I also listed on the other properties and when their expiration dates are and what those values are once they will come off, no longer be exempt. So as you see, we have a kind of a gradual process, except for one, which will be a very long time before it comes off.
Yeah.
Mentioned the parking permits. Also, I've updated the parking ticket count and revenue through the end of December, thanks to our senior court clerk, Elizabeth Kidney. She provided the numbers. She's really great about getting me those numbers. And if any question you have on this, she can pull it up at a moment's notice, which is great. But as you can see, with 5 months left to go in the year, we have almost hit what we brought in last year through the parking.
Well, these are counts. This isn't funds, right?
This is the revenue. Yeah, I have two. There's two tables.
There's another chart.
There's two charts.
Oh, just as parking ticket revenue, yeah.
Yeah. So just on the revenue side, we're just 11,000
It's
below
incredible.
last year. So we're going to surpass the parking ticket revenue, and we're on track to, I believe, surpass, as we discussed previously, the justice court revenue as a whole. I think by $5,000 to $10,000. And the ticket count, as you see, is
Yeah.
1,400 higher than what we did last year
In the
with 5
highest
months
year
ago.
in the last 5 years, right?
Yeah, and just in December, the highest in the last 5 years. So another very positive thing. The Country Club membership office is taking in applications, processing payments. So I've kind of detailed what we've done so far through the 23rd. I'm expecting an update, which I can provide as soon as the membership office is able to update the group data. But this is what we had taken in through the 23rd. And with that, one of the resolutions that we'll be asking for at the end of this month is to set the public hearing on the 2% tax cap override, the local law, and then also scheduling the public hearing for the tentative budget. All in process, all procedural. And with that, I'll open it to any questions.
You don't get to vote nay yet.
No, I was just going to say, that's not just procedural. There's a lot of work that goes into that, getting there. But the grant reimbursement, so where's our thermometer now? Where's the mercury?
The mercury is climbing, and I started working on the actual numbers. I don't have the thermometer yet, but I am working on updating that. We did, if you want me to go through some of the most recent reimbursements we received, or?
Kind of why I asked.
Yes, okay. So we did submit for and receive the first payment requisition for the hazard mitigation grant that we heard about tonight. That was $98,000. Have a second one prepared, just waiting for checks to clear to submit for an additional $56,000. So that'll be roughly $150,000 of the 290 that we're going to be committed. So to LKMA. So that's really good. We also received the CDBG reimbursement for the tennis court sidewalks as part of that entire revitalization. That's about half of what we had committed from grants. The other $66,000 we submitted to the county. So we received the $69,000 from the town of Brookhaven. Now we're waiting for another $66,000 from the county, and then that will be fully funded. We also, and thanks to our grant administrator, again, shout out to Lisa Motto, with working with FEMA on the closeout for the recharge basin project, which was completed in the beginning of September, we found out that we are going to be reimbursed the entire project. So initially, the village had a 10% match that we had to bear on this, and unbeknownst to us, that in 2022, the governor of New York passed, and the state legislator passed a law that allowed the state was going to pick up the other 10% and reduce the burden. So we
For
were
certain hazard mitigation,
right.
FEMA hazard mitigation
Ida,
projects.
Isaias, and another one. So this was part of that, and then we were surprised when we received more money than we were expecting and asked for. We asked for $127,000.
So glad you asked. It's all great news.
Right?
Yeah.
We get
Yes.
$113,000 that we didn't think we were going to have.
That's correct.
Now we can buy that GIS system for Dan.
Yes, I don't
For
think that
$5,000.
costs $113,000.
Okay, no, I know.
Or sidewalks.
Sidewalks
They're
are
expensive.
And the swim platform.
So I was about to say, the
Well,
swim
that's a little-
platform.
that's a little-
Listen, everybody's spending.
It's already gone. It's already gone. This is why we don't talk about it.
Why we talk about it. And that was amazing. And the other thing I'll add to that is, like, wow, Lisa, does that mean that? And I'm not optimistic, but
You could
does
try.
that mean that because the grant that we got for the Bluff Phase 2 is a FEMA grant, hazard mitigation, we're just not sure if it fits the category. But she has a question into so that grant is a 75-25. I don't know if the state gives you the entire amount, because this one was for 10%. They might, if they give us additional funds, it could be another 12.5% of the half of the 25%.
Yeah.
So I don't know. The question's in. We'll find out. Don't want to get our hopes up or anything like that, but
Right.
we're asking.
Thank you, Mayor.
We're asked the question. We asked the question.
And the last item is that we, working with our grant administrator, we had gotten notice in November that Station Street, which has been kind of lagging for a number of years now, that we were approved and we were supposed to get a grant disbursement agreement in November, and then it was radio silence from the state, from the Empire State Development Group. We finally were able to get to one of the heads of that department, and lo and behold, today, we received a draft grant disbursement agreement that is being reviewed, which once that's finalized, we can start filling out all the paperwork to be reimbursed approximately $306,000, of which some will end up going back to general. So that's another positive. And we hope to have that done before the end of May, because that was always the plan. So we're going to push for that deadline. And a thermometer will be updated very shortly.
Okay, but just a couple more notes on grants, is the local waterfront revitalization program from the Department of State, again, awarded us a $50,000 grant and change, just to complete the climate resiliency plan that we've been working on with Department of State since 2021 or so. So that was good news, and that was good news. Lisa applied for that. She didn't submit the plan yet. She's going to submit the plan now, because she wanted to hear about the grant first and then submit the plan that we approved. So then the other thing that she has applied, she submitted an application for a DEC invasive species grant, for up to, we applied for $206,000, with support from our horticulturists and our, I guess, to some extent, Bob Larrabee, who is the steward for Mill Creek. But that's to go to remove the Phragmites west of Barnum, west of Barnum. Because the grant that we have now, with the Jumpstart grant that we have now, is not, it stops at Barnum. Interesting. So that should hopefully, I don't see why they would say no.
Oh, yeah.
Their problem is roots and then not.
Yes, yeah. There's she applied actually for 3 different mitigation by hand, machine, and chemical. So, and then we'd have to go and get the grant. If they say yeah, we'd have to get the permit actually for that. And you heard what McLean said today, it's like either 6 months to 18 months to get a DEC permit. So we have help, but we'll see. Anyway, okay. Matt Franco, you want to go?
Before Matt?
Yep.
Or Trustee Franco, as an update.
Okay.
You do not get to put things like term limits on the ballot. Village Law 302 says that by local law or resolution, you could pass term limits for either the mayor, the Board of Trustees, or the mayor and Board of Trustees to move to 4-year terms, subject to permissive referendum under Article 9 of Village Law, which is a percentage number of voters submit a petition to challenge that vote, and then if that challenge is submitted timely, it then goes to a ballot. If it doesn't, if no one submits a timely challenge to the vote, it automatically passes.
Oh.
But that's term limits.
Correct.
That's a
No.
specific
Term limits,
rule
yes.
for
But we're not
term,
talking term, we're
term
talking
term length.
Length of term, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I misspoke. Length
Wait,
of
so
term.
that's a rule specific to the length of term?
It says,
And does it,
I can read it to you, hold on one second. The Board of Trustees by resolution or local law, subject to permissive referendum, may extend to 4 years the term of office of mayor, the term of office of all trustees, or the terms of office for mayor and all trustees. If such resolution or local law becomes effective, the offices, the term or terms which have been extended shall thereafter, except as is otherwise provided in a subdivision, be filled for terms of 4 years commencing the beginning of the official year. No such resolution or local law, however, shall become effective within 30 days prior to a general election. And then if you go to Article 9, which discusses permissive referendum, you challenge the local law or the resolution by a petition.
But it would be subject to permissive ref. We couldn't make it automatically permissive ref.
Nope. You have to follow the law.
So that means somebody would literally have to petition
If
in
you
order
pass it,
to.
If you pass it,
Mhm.
if there's not a challenge to it, it passes. If you pass it and your constituency wants to say, no, we don't like it, we want it to go to a vote, they follow the law and they submit a petition.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
That's in a village,
Yep.
which village was it? So they got all the signatures they needed to get it on the ballot, and it failed. Interesting, right? That's democracy.
Yeah.
But Dave, now, are you saying that, because I think, is there when you say the community disagrees, do we have to put does someone have to put a petition together and gather
Yes.
like
Yeah.
1,220?
How much time do they have?
A bunch of votes.
Percentage of
30
the voting base.
Oh,
30
okay.
days.
They have 30 days
Yeah.
for a percentage of the
It's
voting base.
Article 9 I have pulled up too. An act or resolution of the Board of Trustees described in the preceding section shall not take effect until 30 days after, and this is where it gets interesting reading. Affirmative vote of the majority of the qualified electors of such village voting on such proposition for its approval, if within 30 days after its adoption, there be filed with the village clerk a petition signed and acknowledged by those electors of the village in a number equal to at least 20% of such electeds in the village as shown in the registrar of electors, blah, 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 blah.
20% of the ballots that you have to publish? No.
Yeah.
No, it's not that. It's
So,
not
well,
that.
that's 20% of the registered voters.
Right, so
Yeah,
it's what,
that's-
like
that's-
It's like
5,000?
1,600,
It's a lot.
yeah,
How many
1,600
registered?
signatures.
Oh, I did, okay, I
No.
thought it was 5,000.
If you are considering
No
it, if you do the timeline to the June election, you probably have to do it in March. Because if challenged, it can't be effective within 30 days of the election.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Food for thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry, did anybody have any questions for Treasurer Gafka?
Any more money?
It was your best report.
Yeah.
The report I like the most.
Yeah. Okay, Trustee Franco.
All right, so we did not have a school district working group meeting in December. Obviously, I was out of commission, so they didn't have it. But I did attend the safety meeting, the quarterly safety meeting for the school district, and with that power outage, they really handled it superbly as far as getting all the kids home, and they do a really nice job. It was brought up, the school district had asked if we could address parking and drop-offs and pickups at the elementary school and the high school again. And Kevin went to the elementary school, and he was fantastic. He was talking about people walking, the kids walking, and they're avoiding the crosswalk because all the cars are parking. It's hard to explain, so close to the fence, and the school district is considering putting in their budget a sidewalk along the fence, so the cars can't park that way, so the kids can walk safely. So Kevin was really good at that. He presented that during the meeting, so that went very well. I'm also going.
Before we talked, sorry, it's on that specifically. We talked about that at public safety, the village public safety on Monday too. And one of the things I was meant to tell you, now I'm doing it,
Okay.
is that the school should check in with what Beechwood is going to be doing, because their sidewalk commitment goes to the school.
Oh.
So it might be done by them.
It doesn't go on to Scraggy, though.
Okay.
It stops at Scraggy.
It
Got
stops
it.
at
Yeah.
Scraggy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Also, I was talking to Kyle earlier in the meeting. The school district I'm going to provide the school district with the data from Brook, the speed on Brook, because
Yeah.
they're going to reach out to Suffolk County and have potentially code sit on Brook.
A police officer?
Yeah.
A patrol
Just
unit?
to kind of,
Yeah.
intermittently do it so they can remind the community that, don't drive fast around the schools.
And I've shared the speeding data with our COPE officers before, so if the school reaches out as well, that would be very
They are.
appreciated.
They are reaching out
To the precinct?
Yes, to the precinct.
Good.
So I just wanted to provide them with the data so that they have all the information.
Good.
And we can go forward from there.
Those signs really work. I was
Yes.
going down Brook, and without knowing it, you can easily go very fast down that road. And then
Yes.
all of a sudden I saw the sign and said, oh,
You start to slow down.
yeah, put the brakes on.
But you're on the brake the whole way down that hill.
Yes.
So,
Like East Broadway.
but
But
yeah.
it really brought it to my attention.
Yeah.
so.
So we have the working group has a meeting this week, and also we're potentially having a meeting on the MOU, I believe, next week with the school district. And then just to jump topics, as Dave mentioned earlier today with the poles and the wood, Just to let everybody know in the audience, I had found this opportunity. The mayor gave me the opportunity to advance this project with the help of Attorney Moran. We were able to get these driving range poles to address a safety issue at the golf course. They were delivered today. I have to say, Greg Munson, Pat Sullivan, Matt, and Paul, and I forgot the other gentleman's name. Our DPW is really fantastic. They did such an exceptional job. Not only did they get the poles delivered on time, and we stayed within the 10 hours, which was excellent.
How many poles did they deliver?
36.
Wow.
Yeah, but Pat has a lot of ideas on
Not
the ones that we're not going to
Yeah, I've
use.
seen them.
Yeah, they're the ones that we're not going to use. He's got some spots where he wants to do things with them on the course. So it's just, even if we don't address,
Do you have a picture of it?
do I have a picture of the poles?
Yeah.
Yeah,
As they are sitting right now?
yeah,
Yeah, can I see it?
yeah, of course. So that was it. I also spoke to Pat, and I was going to talk to Zena about potentially installation. And I know we have to, I guess we have to go out for bid on that. So we're gonna talk about installation, and he's looking into netting and trying to get that whole project off the ground. Just really, it's money. It's like anything else.
Has to be budgeted.
Yeah, it's not inexpensive. But I reached out to a contact I had at Local 282, the Teamsters Union, and, it's a friend, and he took care of, like, this transportation
awesome.
in 2 seconds.
Was it the Linemen's Union? What was it?
Teamsters Union.
Teamsters.
282.
Just Teamsters.
Yeah, but I have some other contacts.
On an emergency basis,
On an
under a
emer-
deadline.
Yes, of course, they had to get him off the site because they were gonna get rid of him.
Yeah.
So, but I do have some additional contacts I was talking to Pat and Greg with about installing them. So we'll see if we can kind of, cut those numbers like in half as
Yeah,
far as
we
the
just
installation.
need final numbers.
Yeah.
Sometime in the February
Yeah.
latter
We
half
just
of
need to
February
follow
timeframe.
procurement policy.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all.
Just, no doubt. And then just one more thing, and I know
Because
Mayor.
we have time now.
Yeah. So, Mayor, I know we had discussed it about the prom outing, the golf outing. Were you able to, and I don't know if you ever spoke to Lessings about that?
It's an offline conversation.
Okay,
It's
fair enough.
contract
That's what I wanted to
related.
I just wanted to make sure. Okay, that's fine. Other than that, that was it. And I apologize. One more thing. My son bought me shoes for Christmas, and I'm wearing them right now. And we got to pick up the pace on this meeting. My feet are killing me.
the only reason.
Killing me. I almost took them off.
Socks too.
All right, so pick up the pace, Kyle.
All
Let's
right,
go.
so
Trustee
in the
Hill.
spirit of Trustee Franco keeping his shoes on, I will go quickly. For the month of December, there were 10 online complaints received, 8 were anonymous. Again, it's always more helpful if you are not anonymous. There were 11 in code infraction investigations in December. For the month of December, 13 incident reports reported for complaints received via the code phone, which you can always text. 367 parking tickets issued for December compared to 27 in December 2024. There were as of 11/25, there were 2 field appearance tickets issued for one for no sign permit and another for no business registration. Code covered the Dickens Festival last month without any incident, and they'll be covering the Ice Festival coming up at the end of the month. Public safety met on Monday. The group wanted to move their meeting because it was close to New Year's. We also met on Zoom, which I think we're going to be doing more of because they wanted to. We have we had 100% attendance, so that might be one positive for Zoom, because sometimes some folks on the council, they commute from the city, so depending on what train they manage to get, they're not coming. But we continue to talk about the speeding issues on those 2 streets, Thompson and Brook, and we're still talking about the speed bumps that we can put in. Conversations with Superintendent Munson is that it's weather. Basically, you have to wait for the appropriate season to do those sort of interventions. So we'll continue that conversation as it goes. I think last time I talked about the don't block the box on Broadway. That's also a continuing conversation that DPW is going to have with the ferry system. And then, haven't brought it up in a while because there wasn't an update, but we've gotten a number of complaints about Uber drop-offs specifically for the ferry. And I brought it up to our council member, Jonathan Kornreich, because the solution seemed to be to allow ride-sharing drop-offs in the Brookhaven lot. There was some resistance from that from the town level because the spots that they would have to give up are prime spots that are actually leased out to boaters. The town and the ferry are working on an agreement. I don't think it's inked and signed, but they're gonna lease out those spots specifically for an Uber drop-off, and then, or Uber, Lyft, rideshare, what have you. So once that is sorted out, you can put in a request to those ride-sharing companies specifically. So just like if you ever get a ride-share at an airport, you can't put it exactly where you are. You have to go to the pickup spot. So that's what it would be when you order a ride share to the ferry. It'll take you to the drop-off spot.
Perfect.
There will not be, unless you deliberately move it to not there, but if you type in Port Jefferson Ferry System, once this is all set up, it'll be right
That's
there.
good.
So it'll help hopefully
That'd be great.
reduce, one traffic problem in that hairy spot. And it took a while to get there, so we've kind of been talking about that since day one, and we finally got there. So
Woohoo.
special thank you to Councilmember Kornreich, and special thank you to Fred Hall at the ferry, and really the board at the ferry for agreeing to take on that additional expense and being a good neighbor. It is very much appreciated.
Okay, great news.
I'm still getting complaints from people on East Broadway about speeding, so if we can move this, just keep it in the back of your mind if the sign can be, especially upper part of East Broadway, so.
Yeah, I actually had a conversation with Greg Munson today about doing more calming measures, and he's very up to speed on it, which seems great. And if you just do traffic calming, a Google search and images, you'll see there's kind of where they kind of like paint out the corners a little bit more, so cars have to take a wider turn, which you would think, or if you take a second to think about it, yes, a wider turn is much better because a quick sharp turn you could hit a pedestrian and you don't have to slow down for, whereas if you're forced to go closer to the center of the intersection and then make a wider turn, you have to slow down. Usually you'll put a traffic delineator a little out into the road so that it's something you have to drive around. But we just started that conversation, so as the one spot we're gonna start really coming up with a solution for is by the CVS crosswalk. Is particularly bad.
Yep.
When I was an EMT, I actually picked up a woman who got hit by a car, not hard, but it's because you're looking the wrong way and people are crossing. And I myself almost hit someone there because I was looking at the oncoming traffic, and you roll just a little bit, but then people are crossing.
Yeah.
So we need to, if we repaint a little bit, use traffic delineators, you can get the cars in the right spot so that those issues don't happen as much.
Just, the only caution there is, sounds like the right spot and everything. It's a state roadway and a village roadway intersection, so
Okay.
whatever.
Yep.
Just bear that in mind.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's it for me.
Okay, trustee Giuliano.
All right, unfortunately, I have 5 pages, so Matt, you gotta keep your shoes on, okay? I'll go as fast as I can. I'll go as fast as I can. Let me,
Impressive. But those are in, but.
Great.
Did they put them all on the dirt side?
Yes, what happens, I think there's I think one of the Lessings is having a wedding. Like it's a Lessings wedding. So they asked us.
Wasn't invited.
You didn't? Oh, well, see. But anyhow, the general manager spoke to Pat and said, can we move it to the dirt?
Yeah, that's where we're going anyway.
And Matt, what's his name?
Molander.
So good on the machine. And I ran those machines for years, and I was dying to get on. Wouldn't let me. Yeah.
Good.
it's-
Good
That
call,
would be a
Matt.
liability.
Matt to Matt. No.
So, but he was excellent. We got everything out of the way. Just tomorrow morning, the last delivery, they're going to drag off. They just couldn't finish it tonight. They didn't want to stay on overtime. So they said they'll come back tomorrow and finish it up.
When's the wedding?
I think this weekend.
Okay,
Yeah.
so.
We'll have everything out of the way. Everything's
I
cleaned
knew I
up.
had it. I knew
No
I
problem.
didn't talk to him about something. Okay.
All right, DPW. I'll go as fast as I can. The flu really hit the DPW bad. They was short staffed for the whole month of December, so they were backed up a little because of short staffness. Couple of related weather-related events that they had to deal with. We had snow on December 13th, continued through the 14th. The crews responded in staggered times, worked to keep the streets open and passable. They did a fantastic job. All operations ended at approximately 4 p.m. on the 14th. During the morning and afternoon of December 19th, high winds and gusts brought down trees within the village. Crews responded to numerous calls for service due to related wind damage. DPW staff responded on December 26th for a moderate, he's calling it a moderate snow event. I had a lot of snow on my driveway, but crews came in at 5 p.m. and continued to work through the overnight hours. All personnel left at 11 a.m. on the 27th.
Yeah, Trustee Ugrinsky makes a good point.
He's from Colorado.
Oh, yeah, true, that's right. Good point, yeah.
Moderate snow.
Mhm. LEAF program. Due to staffing issues and weather conditions, and as we discussed the flu, the program ran significantly behind, and they think they cleaned up everything. They completed the program last week. They're doing a search and seeing if there's any other leaves that were buried by snow piles, and they'll go back and pick those up. Couple of village events that they responded to: the Santa Parade, Dickens Festival, and Santa Parade. Daily tasks: garbage removal, picking garbage and debris off roadway, including roadkill, street sweeping on main streets and secondary streets, and East Broadway retaining wall. We're going to be working there. Do we have a date? Are we still looking at the middle to end of January?
The week of the 27th, I think.
That's a definite?
Yeah, 26th, 27th.
Okay.
It's not a definite, but that's.
Okay, so
that's
end of
best
January we're
estimate.
looking at. The road's going to be closed during working hours, so it's going to be closed from 6:30 in the morning to roughly 4 p.m. Detour signs will be posted before the work is to start to alert the drivers of future closings. So there's going to be, we're going to send traffic down Thompson to, where?
Yeah, they can pick it back up after High Street.
After High Street, High Street Extension, right. And then also they can go down,
Myrtle.
naturally use Myrtle if you can, but they're trying to put the signs up to alert everybody so that they don't drive down and say, oh, now I gotta make a U-turn and go around, so there'll be signs up,
When is that starting?
end of January, so we're saying like right around.
We're going to
the 26th.
notify,
Yeah.
we will notify, did you get a notice yet?
No, I don't think so.
No, because you're on the other side of High
Yeah,
Street.
I'm on the other side, so
Yeah.
it wouldn't be me. But it would be
But the
a
ambulance will
good
be.
test of the regroup.
Of the alert, Port Jeff alert?
Yeah, because there's the geoboxing
Uh-huh.
option. You could do those
Oh.
streets, so like High Street Extension
Right.
and Thompson, and tell them you're going to experience
You're gonna have more
increased
traffic on your street.
because this is what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah. we
Maybe
d-
a good.
Yep, we talked about that, but also just to alert the whole community. That includes the large employers, the Mather, St. Charles, and the library, and the university people, just so they know they won't have access. There will be a mass notification system out. And Josephine, to her credit, she did a lot of the work notifying the people in the direct area. The engineers are doing, this is an update, you're familiar with the Miramax?
Yep.
We're doing vibration testing and also establishing visual evaluations of the conditions of the home, so that if there is something that should happen because of the vibration, which the engineers don't think it's a very minor vibration. It's a job that will not have that much vibration, but they just wanted to make 100% sure because, so they went out for visual and photography of the existing homes, like 4 or 5 homes in the direct area, 100 feet around the job site. And then, and she hand-delivered letters to the people, and we mailed out about 50, almost 60 letters to the people that are on the High Street extension, all the way up and down East Broadway, and a few homes off of Crescent and Belterre were notified. So the direct area is well notified and knows what to expect. There's an FAQ, and we will do a notification. Trustee Hill suggested that the Port Jeff alert system would be a good test for notification, for mass notification. So there's going to be, and we'll put it on social, and we'll be but we're going to wait until closer to when the job started. And also one more thing, the vendor has one of those signs that you can change that say, expect delays or detour coming for January 28th or whatever until further notice or something like that for 2 weeks. So a lot of communication.
Yeah. So we'll get the word out to everybody that the roads are going to be closed. As far as parks, in addition to their normal cleanup and maintenance, they maintained the holiday decorations. They replaced the bulbs and took them down and, took down the snowflakes, or the snowflakes are still there for the ice festival, but they took down some of the Christmas decorations, the menorah that was in front of Village Hall here. Dickens banners were removed, and then the weekly Zamboni snow removal at the Village Center, and just maintaining that. As far as Village Center, the Wintertide Concert Series starts February 6th. No tickets are required, so come on down to the Village Center. All concerts are in the Sail Loft Room. Ice skating session started the end of November, and from November 1st through December 14th, 4,070 people participated in ice skating. Resident night on November 6th was attended by 280 residents.
Including Bruce Springsteen.
Right. Yeah.
Didn't that guy play
Bruce
Bruce
he did.
Springsteen in the film?
In the film, yep.
I didn't. Oh, wait, he was
there.
They were on Residence Night too.
No, not on Residence Night.
Oh,
No,
okay.
but he was
Yeah,
there.
I did
Just
see
in
that he was
general,
there.
4,000
Yeah.
people were,
Yep.
where he was one of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think after the day after Christmas, I think he was there.
Yeah, I saw that.
You posted it.
Did I?
You're
Oh, I
like,
put it on-
what?
I think I put it on my. I put it on
was
my
funny.
story.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was funny.
yeah.
Month of December, 20,704 people entered the Village Center. Farmers Market started last Sunday, the indoor farmers market. Senior Club Art Show and Holiday Party. It was attended by 45 seniors. Dan Williams.
And the school, the orchestra's
Oh,
great.
yes, and Middle School Orchestra gave a holiday concert prior to the senior
And
holiday
they gave a
party.
shout
Yeah.
out to Renee. They thanked her for letting them go. I'm like, why didn't you tell Trustee Franco and the trustees? We would have gone.
Renee met with Dan Williams, a science teacher and a volunteer for LISIC, regarding summer camp programs that they want to participate in. We talked about the resolution RFP for the summer camp. Youth and adult tennis and pickleball programs are posted on the website, so if you're interested in playing either one, check out the website. Renee met with Pete Katrakis, who's the diver, regarding East Beach and West Beach insulation for the beach rope. So she's already getting the beach ready for summer, even though we're in the middle of winter. You put up the beach ropes, the anchors, and he does a dive survey to see if there's anything in the swim area that has to be removed.
And the platform.
Swim platform, yeah. Swim platform for East Beach installing this spring to 2026. Pete will take care of that as well, the anchoring of that. Harborfront Concert Series, she's already working on that, and for the 26th season, and a lot of good tribute bands. Hootie and the Blowfish, Jimmy Buffett tribute, Journey, Eagles, And the Ferry Dock concert, Mike Del Giudice and the Can Band will be on the August 27th. Movie dates, she's already set on movie dates, and to keep in the 250th anniversary of the country, American Tail, 1776, and Hamilton are among the movies that are going to be shown. As far as the Parks and Rec Committee, they endorsed the dedication of the recreation room to Ron Carlson. They also endorsed, and I guess we'll be talking about this, renaming of Crystal Brook Park to Strong's Homestead Park. And they discussed the idea of placing a misting station or some sort of water.
Splash pad.
Not a splash pad, but something that just mists.
cool off.
To cool kids off and people off that are at Rocket Ship Park.
Ship, yeah.
So they're looking into that. I think it would be an easy install. But like I said, it wouldn't be no drainage or anything like that, so it should be an easy install. Tree Committee, they discussed the Tree of Heaven mitigation information and they're looking for the CAC, which I'll be discussing the CAC, to review the information and make recommendations as far as getting rid of the Tree of Heaven, which is the spider lantern, is one of the main sites for the spider lanternflies. Tree Committee also is working on the art competition for the Year of the Tree. There are a total of 23 applications, or a total of 23 applicants, which was close to the estimate of 25. Fran was hanging the artwork today on the third floor. And third floor on Wednesday, the 21st, will be a special viewing for students, families, family members, and friends of the students who participated in the artwork and submitted artwork. So that's going to be on the third floor of the Village Center. As far as the 25th anniversary of the country, the Village has got a bunch of special events going on throughout the year to commemorate the anniversary. May 2nd is the Armed Whaleboat Landing at Centennial Park. There's going to be events on July 4th and 5th. Early November is going to be Brewster's Escape, which is a run from basically Mount Sinai Beach to Maine and East Maine, and it commemorates the path that Caleb Brewster ran when he was being chased by the British. Caleb Brewster was a member of the Culper Spy Ring, and
You going to be able to run that one, Matt? Because by November, your leg should be fine.
By November?
Yeah.
I really wasn't much of a runner before, so a fast walk.
There's a walking component.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
Run, walk? Walk, run?
Yeah. And Theater 3
I'm
also-
definitely not doing it in the shoes I wore tonight, that's for sure. Sorry, Bob, I didn't need to interrupt.
You tell your son the right size shoe? Theater 3 will be working on a play based on parts of Mark Sternberg's future book based on the Culper Spy Ring. And they'll be hopefully doing a play at Theater 3. And there'll be other venues and little vignettes throughout the village throughout the year to celebrate the 250th anniversary. And the Conservancy, we already talked about the solo effect for the art exhibit on the 22nd, so hopefully everybody will be there on the 22nd. And that's my abbreviated report because of Matt's shoes.
Wow, I'd hate to see the long one. Yeah. No, good job, Bob. Thank you. Okay, Trustee Ugrinsky.
All right, I'll make this as fast as possible. So, first of all, the golf course, the country club. We already talked about the polls. Pat Sullivan, the groundskeeper, is working on a couple of submissions that need to be done. One is the DEC reports for pesticides and water. And he shared with me that he thinks he's good for the water, so we don't need to put in a DEC request for more. Okay? I think probably in large part due to the well work that was recently done. So
Right.
that he is starting on the cart paths soon, and I want to do a shout out to the BOG and the CCMAC for sort of coalescing and gelling into a good working, two sets of working groups, but very much collaborating now. So we had the BOG had a meeting, the Board of Governors had a meeting last week, And the outcome of that was a list of member requests regarding course improvements. And so those will be going sort of through process, and there'll be further discussion on those with the CCMAC. In terms of golf operations, right now there's a lot of planning going on. So first and foremost, they're focused on making sure that the website is regularly updated. I think there was a little lag in current information there. There are a number of opportunities for lessons and various programs. So if you guys have any familiarity with Modern Links, it's down in the shopping center just south of the train tracks on the west side. We'll be doing off-site private instruction there, and just enabling the members to sort of keep their skills sharp if they're interested. You can also do a subscription and join it for yourself. There's an elementary school planning going on for finalizing the logistics for the March golf unit. That's with the elementary school phys ed department, and the guys are now finally putting together a consolidated calendar in Teams that has all of the events, but also all of the coursework that as it gets scheduled, to allow them to better manage issues with, when is work being done, and then there's a tournament group that goes out and none of the guys can get the work done. So things like that yes, and staffing scheduling. So they're working hard on, we've asked them to be very efficient in terms of the allocation of staff and how they can better cover hours by using staggered schedules, et cetera. So they're working on that. The only other thing I have is related to the Budget and Finance Committee. I just want to add to what the treasurer was talking about. Clerk, we do have a resignation from the Budget and Finance Committee. I am very sad to say that we will be losing Eunice Morato, who has a background. She is a municipal auditor, so she was absolutely an invaluable voice on that. But she is also, given her commitment that if there was something that was very specifically municipally related, that she would be happy to answer questions. But that was due to going into tax season, her promotion. She's doing this with a family, so I just want to say a very heartfelt thank you to Eunice for all the work that she's done. The treasurer did send out all the departmental.
Trustee Ugrinsky, is that the golf? Are you finished with the golf report yet, or?
Yes.
Oh,
sorry.
May I just ask a question?
Yeah.
Do we have an update on Kemper?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Yes. Thank you for the reminder. I unfortunately put it after the hydrogen. So Kemper, we lost a little time in December due to our primary contact being hospitalized. We had a meeting last week that with them. They will be on site on Thursday, and there's a plan in place to make up that time so that we're still hitting the original time target.
He relapsed.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Alex is coming tomorrow, so
Okay.
we're still having the meeting. I just got that notice.
Oh, my God. I'm so sorry to hear that.
I mean,
That's terrible.
Yeah.
But when they get back in operational again, have we made any headway as far as the bylaws and the elections? I know that they
Yeah.
lost some time now. Have we gotten at least that subsection of it done?
So that's one of the topics we're going to be covering off on tomorrow, because with the volume of clubs they have, we've said we don't want them to actually write something for us, but it should be just reach back and grab a few
Grab
that
a
you
copy of
think are
something else
best,
and- yeah.
best in class, and, provide those to us as a starting point, so we're not starting from scratch either.
So we'll have a more of an update, probably the end of the month, beginning of next month.
The member surveys have gone out. The non-member resident surveys are about to go out, unless there's an update that I know about. Okay. And we do expect that we'll get a readout from them tomorrow on the member survey, and comparing that with some comps for both relevant courses and generic courses, the larger population, to let us know sort of where we stand on SAT scores, et cetera.
Just one more question, and I'm not sure if this should go to you. Well, actually, I have two questions. This should go to you, or it should go to Attorney Moran. Did we ever receive a proposal? I know we had discussed that for the Meadow from Lessings yet. Last month, you were saying we were still waiting for it. Did we ever get a proposal from them? Still haven't gotten that. Okay.
We have a promise of one. I was hoping that we would get it this week.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we're still heading in the right direction with that. All right.
Yeah, and we have some work to do on our side as well.
And I just had one more thing. I had a bunch of residents speak to me about they'd like I guess when we were originally discussing the budget at the golf course, I guess I forgot who it was that said that there was really no quantified statement that residents get a 40% discount at the golf course. So what they were asking me was, can we put a resolution in to state residents get a 40% discount at the golf course, which is what they've had past practice. So I'm not sure if the board is amenable to that, or if you want to talk about it.
Well, why don't we take a look at the books in the basement of the country club to see what the rates were?
We're going
over
into the
years.
basement?
Hmm?
We're going in the basement?
The first floor.
Oh.
First level.
Okay.
There's tons of books that Phil Griffith put together.
Okay.
About the history of the golf course, and a lot of the documents in those binders refer to pricing.
Sure.
So we can actually quantify that and prove that it's true.
That would be great.
Yeah, let's see if we can't do that first.
Okay, excellent.
All right.
Thank you. Sorry, Zena. Thank you very much.
That's all right. Let's see, what's left on Kemper? I don't think anything. Any questions on the Kemper?
Is it? It might be a little premature, but can we get Kemper in here sometime to just give us an update?
That is actually part of the schedule, right? So once we have the other survey back and they've had an opportunity to do a readout, that readout will go first to, to the mayor, myself, and then the next one will be to the Board of Trustees as well.
I think what we'll do is follow the process that we followed for CGR. But, I don't want to belabor that this gentleman had some health issues, so
That's understandable.
it is premature because of that. So, and this board shouldn't see until we saw what CGR was ready to present to us at the time when they were ready to present it. They had reached their conclusions and their findings and stuff like that, and then they shared with us the plan of how to execute against it. That's all we can hope for from Kemper. That's the same model that I'm looking at with Kemper for this operational and strategic planning review.
Yeah, and the only other things that I just wanted to share with you guys is the Brookhaven Battery Energy Storage System Task Force readout, that's a mouthful, is wrapping up. So I'd just like the opportunity to share that with you guys too. I'll by email. And if there's interest in the Northport hydrogen pilot, which I'm keeping a close eye on, because ostensibly the production site would be here. The only other place it could conceivably be would be Freeport, and Freeport's not part of that focus. So, the only other deepwater port on Long Island.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would like to also, if there's interest, I'd like to share out some of the materials that were shared in the last hydrogen advisory committee.
Yeah, that would be nice,
That I also
definitely.
sit on. So, and that is my update.
Okay, my report is very short. I'm just gonna, because I've been chiming in all throughout. So I just want to let this board know that the Village Hall got a call earlier this week on Monday looking for me. It was a Newsday reporter, and she was doing a story on why people would want to live in Port Jeff. Like, what's the attraction to buying real estate, a house in Port Jeff? So, and it's a series that this reporter has been doing for Newsday for years. And Greenport was one of the I looked it up. I'm like, oh, Greenport. Oh. So, and a bunch of different villages in Port Jeff, on Long Island. So it's a popular series. I consulted with a real estate agent about what should I talk about? I don't know. No, I knew what to talk about, but I did get some help and touched on everything. So I don't know what she's going to use from the interview, but I know she's speaking with real estate agents. She's not just speaking with me, she's speaking with other people. So looking for that article to come out towards the end of the month in Newsday. Yeah, be cool.
Very cool.
So that's the extent of my report. And with that, what's next, Clerk Perillo? Does anybody have questions for me? Didn't think so.
Next, we have an executive session.
Yeah.
So if I could have a motion, please, to enter into executive session to discuss a contract negotiation and the specific performance of a particular employee at 9:14 PM.
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Will we be coming back?
No. Thank you.